In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey everybody, good morning and welcome. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. Don't call me fat today. I don't want to be called fat today. It's going to make me sensitive if I get called fat today. It's going to make me feel bad. I feel chunky. Like a monkey. I do. We took last night off. Spent more time with the children. Went on a date with SP. But we went to, there's a restaurant that has a catered, they do a catered specialized pasta bar thing on Wednesdays. And she loves it. And so I dropped the kids off. And then we went to a later dinner. And I had, look, if I tell you what I ate last night, can we all be mature about it? Can you promise me that you'll all be mature if I tell you what I had for dinner last night? Or are you going to make jokes? Can we be mature about this? Can we discuss this like grown-ups? Can we have a fine adult show? I'm not looking at the chat right now. I will look at it after I'm done telling you what I had for dinner. And I'm hoping that all of you are very mature about it, and we can talk about this like adults. We can discuss cuisine. I had, now I'm going to say it like it was on the menu. I'm not going to change a thing. I want to be accurate. Remember yesterday's show started off with Keanu and I arguing about the accuracy with which I reported our mea culpa. I'm going to discuss dinner with SP last night, and you guys are going to be cool about it. So last night for Pasta Bar, I had the hot Italian sausage. Now, see, do you think that maybe for 5 minutes for once in your goddamn life, you could not do that? I'd appreciate it. So I had the hot Italian sausage. I had garlic and pesto. I had mesquite seasoning and Jamaican jerk. So I had hot Italian sausage with the jerk, and then fettuccine, and then I had red sauce, a little wine. Little red sauce. I didn't have the white sauce with my hot Italian sausage. And then a little bit of onion, a little bit of mushroom, and a lovely breadstick. And I had an old-fashioned, and it was a lovely evening. Now, here's the problem. You go to Pasta Bar. I felt like absolute fucking dog shit the rest of the night. I mean, I felt pregnant. I don't know what it feels like to be pregnant. I have heard from MSNBC that men can get pregnant, so I won't. Look, I'm not here to make hateful comments. I felt pregnant. I felt stuffed. You know how people like they'll take their pants off or they'll loosen their pants and that alleviates the pressure of overeating. And by the way, I left 2/3 of this fucking dish on the plate. Like I didn't even eat this whole thing, but they give you so much, and I feel like death. I was desperate. I had a mint because they say that mint helps you with the digestion. So I had a mint. I drank a little water. I was an old man. I took 2 Tums when we got home. I did everything I could. Felt like shit. Still feel like shit. And there's this weird phenomenon. Like I was stressing the scale this morning. Like I'm getting ready to go, getting ready to start the show, getting ready to come down here. And I step on the scale and I'm like, this is going to be a fucking disaster. And it was the same as yesterday. And it felt weird. Because yesterday I was in remember yesterday I said, look, we still got 7-8 pounds left before we're back at our fighting weight. But we're under that 225 mark, which is good. And then this morning I still was. And this morning I feel like a fucking blimp. And it's all because of that hot Italian sausage got me feeling pregnant. See, like there was a better way to say that too. So now let's go. All right. So I shared a little personal anecdote about last night. And now I'm going to go to the Rumble chat. And you guys are going to be really nice. Let's see what everybody said. Let's take a look. So you jerked a sausage seems on brand for you. Now, does that sound like we're talking about cuisine or we're talking about a dinner out or anything? Or do we just go right to gay? Aaron's sucking dicks. I am just happy you're not wearing a tit polo, so you are looking good. Thank you, Crack and Slap. And see, now that's still sexual, but it's complimentary. Finish the Wall says, Aaron, I only donate to keep you on Bologna Sammy's. Uh-oh. Well, I knocked 50 off of today. I threw a little bit of that mic money at you guys. So I threw 50 at you yesterday, 50 at you today. I threw 200 at taking off yesterday, and I think I'm going to throw another 50 at tomorrow. So, I mean, I'm sorry. Look. I want to apologize for not having Bologna Sammy's, but I'm giving back. Snowcat Tish says, you were asking a lot, to be fair. That's fine. Yeah, you're right. You know what? I just want to say, I want to say the words that someone held captive in a house by a narcissist would say. My concerns were invalid. You were right. My personal concerns were invalid, and I was asking too much. You're right. I'll do what you say. Snowcat Tish. Creamy white see, Hulkamasha baby, creamy white jizz sauce. Yeah, because I'm having food. So we have to make it gay. Snowcat Tish says, yeah, carbs will do that. I'm having a carby morning. You know what they call me? Carby B. I immediately regret that joke. Immediately. Aaron, it might be a virus. It's been a month, and I'm just getting over it. It's not a virus. It's not a tumor either. It sounds like you're ovulating, says Anonymous. Ooh, I better go out and take a load. Ovulating? You scamp. Somebody says, you look bloated. Thanks. I appreciate it. I come here to be vulnerable, thinking I'm in a safe place. And you know what? Again, like a narc captive, that was my fault. And I'm sorry. You deserve AIDS for trying to befriend Gino. Jesus, AIDS? I mean, no longer a death sentence, but rather permanent, don't you think? How about a skinned knee? We'll start there. A skinned knee. My garbage can yesterday blew all the way down the street. Whore. Very windy yesterday in Minnesota. And it blew all the way down the street. And when I was leaving to go to the gym, I had to stop, get out of the car. I had to go and pull my garbage can all the way back to my house, back to the middle of the street. And as I was running back to the car, because it was fucking freezing, as I'm running back to the car, stumbled, nearly fell over. I would have skunned my knee. You could have gotten your wish. But AIDS seems AIDS seems like a lot. Packer Backer says, random thought, Trevor Lawrence deserved to get hit. Stop designing runs for your QB. Stop making fun of linebackers that get run over by quarterbacks. They're not allowed to hit without being flagged. That's not a bad point. And we have a Mad Dog Russo rant coming up today about that Trevor Lawrence thing. Mad Dog Russo, I don't care. Remember that clip we played of him and he's just yelling about how his producer was a mark for the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight? And he's just shitting all over him? I would watch that rant all day long. Does anyone... Okay, I want to test people's steel toe fandom. Does anyone remember what the name of that program director was that Chris Russo was ranting about? He kept saying his last name. He's like, and he loved it. He thought it was the greatest thing. He didn't know that it was a piece of shit. He didn't. Like, Mad Dog Russo is a more talented Kevin Brennan. You remind me of an adult Eddie Munster, says Dissident. See, now that I'm never talking to you guys about anything personal ever again. I trust you. I put my faith in you, and am I rewarded? No, I'm not. Finish the Wall even just wrote milky titties. Now, would that have happened with or without the pasta bar revelation that I shared with you this morning? Probably. That doesn't mean it doesn't hurt still. It still hurts. Steve, thank you, Halada Vagina. There's a super fan. Yeah, Steve was watching the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight, and he thought it was good. Steve will watch anything. Steve's a fucking retard. I love... See, Chips and Diff says, what the fuck is a Chris Russo? I didn't say Chris Russo. I said Mad Dog Russo. You're the one who said Chris Russo. Is that his name? Chris? Yeah, it is Chris Russo. So you know who he is. The Tatler says, KB admits he ripped off Mike and the Mad Dog. Does he really? Because that's who I think of when I think of KB. Or when I think of Russo. When Russo goes off on a rant, I think of Kevin Brennan. Steve was out there. He was watching the damn fight. And I said, Steve, what are you? Steve will watch anything. Steve's a fucking asshole. McBuster says, I beat the shit out of Melton's minions in Hughesy's chat. Boy, oh boy. Look, man, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I get sent clips. It's enjoyable to watch how retarded some people are. How some people just don't know how anything works. They have no idea, like, how to protect themselves. It's fun to watch the smug get the absolute dog shit beat out of them. That's what I'll say based on... And to watch them do it to themselves. What did I say a year and a half ago? I said, guys, this guy is forcing this. This guy has no reason to be involved with me other than he's desperate for clout, and he's clout chasing off a steel toe. I said, I will not have to touch this guy. He will fall apart on his own, and I didn't know it would be kid fucking comments and breaking the law. I didn't know that it would be both of those. But, so I'll admit, I definitely under-predicted, but I did clear the bar. That's for sure. Finish the Wall says, I hate Aussie guy. You want to hear something? This is fun. So, Aussie guy DM'd me on Twitter, and he's like, I'm going to be on with Milton today. Is there anything you want me to ask him? Do you want me to sneak any questions into Milton while I'm on Hughesy's show today? And I'm like, no. I have shit to do today. I'm not going to watch your appearance. I don't need you to ask any questions. I wrote to him, I said, look, when your enemies are making mistakes and destroying themselves, just let them. And he's like, okay. Like he thought that he wanted to like gay op the shit out of the interview. Like he wanted to do a double cross or something like that. Like he wanted to really Vince Russo it up. And he was like surprised when I told him, I'm like, dude, when your enemies are killing themselves, just let them. He's like, oh, okay. Well, and I know you're going to bring this up on your show. So that's totally, I don't care if you do. Like, okay. It's gross, that whole internet world where they think it matters and they're like, I'm going to be on with Milton. You want me to sneak any questions in? I'm like, you and I aren't friends. you and I aren't even acquaintances. Like, you begged Husey to be on his show one time while I was on there, and I yelled at you for being a rat fuck piece of shit, for being a slimy, dishonest slug, basically. I read you the riot act. And then dude, if I were that guy, I would be so embarrassed that, Aaron gave me a talking to. I would not go into Aaron's DMs and then go, oh, Aaron, hey, buddy, do you want me to ask him any questions? Well, I'll get them for you. No. Don't feel free to never do that again. It makes you look so gay. All right, thank you very much to Coyote NV with $4.99. Says, oh, wow, Vikes minus 5.5 on Cousins. Boy, you know what? That might get me to take the Falcons. I still think we're going to win. But minus 5.5, man. If it was minus 3.5, I think I'd take the Vikings. But minus 5.5? That's a tricky one. Oh, Mirrors is coping this morning. He says, Melton owns your ass like Ricada owns my ass. He's huffing. Every inhale he takes, he's breathing in my ass fumes. But hey, sweetie, whatever you need to make yourself whole again. Elza Belza says he messaged you to play internet. Is he a functioning adult? No, he's not. Oh, yeah, Finish the Wall says, don't forget, he DM'd you and apologized. Yeah, he DM'd me after the first interview I did with Husey, and he goes, hey, man, that was a great show. We were, people are really going to like that. And I'm like, yeah. You and I, we're a regular Laurel and Hardy. It's mental illness. These people are mentally ill, and that's coming from me. But no, it was fun. Like, look, the fact that I occupy so much of people's lives, if you don't think that a guy with my ego doesn't get off on that and recognize what that is, you must not know about me. McBuster says all Melton's minions are cunts. Fuck them, no quarter. They're not cunts. They're sad. They're children. Like I told Corndiff, they're children playing in my sandbox. And there's plenty of room, kids. I mean, are they the retarded ones who shit and piss in the sandbox? And yes, we have to keep them to their own corner just for health reasons. But we still let them play there. Finish the Wall says, I'm pleased that I was right about Aussie guy. He's talentless. There's nothing worse than a guy who, really wants it and can't get it. Like, he wants to have, a following. And he's one of those guys who still tries. And then when he doesn't get it, he goes, well, I'm not doing it for any kind of following. I'm just having fun. Yes, you are. Stop it. Stop. That's more embarrassing than trying and failing. You're not going to go on and post anything to the internet and go, well, I don't want a following. Of course you do. Of course you want a following. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says, Mersh still thinks you got contempt on Ralph. I'm not starting to think. Mersh's brain is fried. I'm pretty sure Mersh's brain is shot at this point. If you go back and you watch him, say around 2016, you go watch Revenge of the Sith around 2016, and you watch now, it's not the same guy. It's just, the decline, the degradation, the mental capacity. And just his body went to shit too. He's just completely given up. I'll try to explain this one more time for the special needs kids in the back. I don't have the power or authority to charge anyone with contempt of court. I'm glad Mersh thinks I am that powerful. I appreciate it. I cannot charge anyone with contempt of court. I can't tell anyone to bring contempt of court charges. There has to be a mighty pissed off judge, and oh boy, there was. And there has to be a giant pig man who did something really fucking retarded, and oh boy, there was. So look, I understand that Mersch isn't the brightest guy. I understand that, law is not his forte, neither is it mine. But I think him thinking that, first of all, imagine defending Ethan Ralph. I mean, second of all, no, I can't bring contempt charges on people. I did see that people won't leave poor Ethan Ralph alone. He pled guilty to that contempt of court charge. He paid a higher fine than you're supposed to. On a contempt of court charge, you're only supposed to, the maximum fine in Minnesota was $250. So I don't know if like criminal record was part of it. I don't know if there was something else going on, but he paid a much higher fine than you're supposed to for contempt of court in Minnesota. It was fascinating to me that Ethan had begged the judge just like a couple days earlier, like, will you wipe this whole thing away? I really want to see my boy for Christmas, and so on and so forth. And they said, can I show up on Zoom? Can I just take care of this via Zoom? I don't want to come into the United States and go to Minnesota and have to deal with this. I have cats, for God's sake. Remember that. Ethan Ralph can't come to Minnesota because the whole reason you have cats is because they're independent. You can leave them, right? And you're sad. So he's like, my cats. I can't come to Minnesota because I got my cats. Now remember, this guy is so desperate to see his son over Christmas, but not if it means leaving cats for a few days. So he writes to the judge, and the judge goes, how about you go fuck yourself? You come up here, you answer for what you done. And then all of a sudden, Stearns County and Ethan Ralph, just a couple of days later, Ethan Ralph and Stearns County come to an agreement where you can stay in Mexico, sign off, plead guilty to the whole thing, pay a fine, some stayed jail time, and he's done. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, and I'm certainly not trying to be Mersch. Oh my God, how awful that would be. But I'll theorize for a minute. Was some information shared? Was some data given? Was there some kind of deal? Was there a quid pro quo that happened? Or did Stearns County just want to get this useless nonsense off its books because they got something else coming pretty soon? I don't know. But it just seemed like the story changed awfully quick from the judge going, fuck you, get in here, to, all right, we've reached a deal. Seems odd to me. But they got it all taken care of. But then, okay, so they get it all taken care of, and then you get, what was it? You get the whole thing taken care of, and then people on the internet still wanted to go after Ralph. They still wanted to hammer Ethan because they said that he lied in the court papers. They said he lied about his address in the court papers, to which I will say, like, look, I have no animosity towards Ethan Ralph. And, like, I'm not like Mersch. I can't invent animosity with people just so I can, get clicks, because that's fucking gay and shit chicks do. But so I don't have this animosity that other people do. I mean, Ethan Ralph is just kind of a sad guy, just kind of off doing his thing. People were really going hard on this whole, he lied about his address on the court papers and we should let the court know. And can't you let a guy go at some point? Like, at what point are you doing gay ops? The guy filled out the paperwork. He did the thing. He did the plea. And people are like, yeah, but wouldn't it be funny if we got him in trouble for putting the wrong address down? I'm like, no, you and I have very different ideas of what's funny. Like, who's the victim in Ethan Ralph putting the wrong address down on a piece of paper? Like, there's no justice to be sought for that. You're just trying to get a guy in trouble because you don't like him. And there's so much more to do. Like, go into a carb coma at a pasta bar. All right, guys, we got a great show for you today. I'm very excited about it. 295 is the number for today. Thank you very much for your generosity. Let's get that down to 200 by the top of the 8 o'clock hour. So in the next hour and 40 minutes. Let's get that down to 200. I appreciate it. Let's take a look at the standings. The Chad Buzamak donor ratings in first place. We have had four lead changes so far this week. But Steph is back on top at 190. Now, remember, yesterday our top four was occupied completely by women. females controlled the top 4. Now it's a little more of a split. Steph with 190. A dude, Gray Duckling, with 140 in second. Zenman in third with 125. And 2.0 is in fourth place with 110. So the women form the bread of the donor rating sandwich, and the men are in the middle, the lucky devils. So you got 1 and 4 are chicks, 2 and 3 are dudes. Gray Duckling is $50 behind Steph, and Zenman builds his 65 behind, and 2.0 is 80 behind. Now we do have Riding Dirty Llama at $100, so they're kind of knocking at the door at the end of the top 5, and then you got Red Fox Mad with $90. So there are some possibilities still. There's some wiggle room in that top 5. Great show coming up today. I'm very excited. Chad Buzamak will be excited. We do have a view clip, which is very exciting. A lot of Vikings fans are having some issues today. It's Thursday. The Packers are taking on the Lions. And I've seen Vikings fans have this internal struggle of what they're supposed to do. They're thinking that there's something wrong with rooting for the Packers. Because the Vikings, if you're not following, the Vikings need the Packers to beat the Lions. So the Lions can have a second loss put on them. That would be the same amount of losses the Vikings have. Then if the Vikings win out, that would include a victory over the Lions. We would win the division. We would get the first seed in the NFC and an easier path to the Super Bowl this year. A lot of Vikings fans have a problem with that because we fucking hate the Packers. The Packers are the devil. They're our Satan. They're the North Carolina to our Duke. And they're the Andre the Giant to our Hulk Hogan. And so Vikings fans are going, well, wait a minute. You know, if the Lions beat the Packers, that puts the Packers 2 games behind us. So maybe we shouldn't root for the Packers. Maybe it's not okay. Listen, a lot of this is coming from people who play fantasy football. I don't think anyone who plays fantasy football is allowed to have rules about who you do and don't cheer for. Because fantasy football is the last 2 years I haven't played fantasy football, and I'm so happy that I'm not. It's so much better to watch football when you don't have a fantasy football team. See, people take the opposite. They're like, "Oh, it's so much more fun to watch football when you have a fantasy football team." See, I disagree because you'll have people watch football and they'll sit there and go, "All right, this team I like is they're in the red zone, but I need them to run for a touchdown because my running back needs a touchdown. I can't have them throw for a touchdown because the guy I'm playing against has their quarterback." See, to me, that just kind of ruins the game. I can't just watch the game and enjoy it. And then plus, people have fantasy football teams, and they will start guys that play against their team. So they'll be like, here's what I need, all right? I need Josh Jacobs to have a really big game, but I still need us to win. It's like, no, you should. I think Jim Florentine said this in a rant once about fantasy football. He goes, no, you should want him to shatter his kneecaps. You should want that guy to get hurt. Where is the, I think Jim Florentine fantasy football. He went on a big rant. Here we go.
The nerds invaded sports.
Right.
The whole fantasy football,
Right.
fantasy. I got him on my team this week. Yeah, good for you. We did a fantasy football draft at Applebee's. Yeah, we all wore our fucking Peyton Manning jerseys. We had a draft. Yeah, we had fucking mozzarella sticks and chicken fingers, and I got the second pick in the draft. I'm going to sit him this week. Are you? You fucking nerd. You know what I mean? They ruined it. It's like, just say, can we just have one sport where it's just now the NFL's got, intercept cancer on the sideline because it's fucking breast cancer awareness month. Yeah, intercept cancer. Okay, yeah, I'm going to intercept it. Now what am I going to do?
You know what? That's a condensed version of the rest of the rant. What's the original one? It's, it was an Opie and Anthony clip. That's what it was. Oh, this is a football one. Oh, here we go.
You know, no one takes Tebow for their fantasy.
Well, it's my fantasy.
Yeah, it's my fantasy. We're gonna have a draft. Where do they have these drafts at? Is a fucking gay bathhouse?
Yeah.
That's where they should be. We're gonna go over a Nick's house and we're gonna have the fantasy football draft.
Yeah, I think they
I'll
do
see
that.
you later,
Well,
honey. They do. They all get together.
Like a big get together. It's a big serious thing.
But the draft parties are usually over the top, and they really do them up nice.
Oh, boy.
What do they do?
I don't know.
Serve fruit?
They
They have a fucking fruit platter.
a lot of guys that get a T-shirt made for the year.
Oh, brother.
What do you mean?
No
a t-shirt?
way.
What is
Oh
that?
yeah,
What do you mean?
man.
Oh,
For the
no.
league. For the league.
The league?
Yeah.
Ew.
Every fantasy
What does it say
football
on the shirt?
fucking. I don't know.
I love watching Opie like defend fantasy football, and then Jim just completely shit on it. But no, it does. It ruins football a little bit. And I know, look, people love fantasy football. It's okay. Love fantasy football. Adore your team. I'm not shitting on what you do. Go ahead and think it's the greatest thing. All right? It's just, I don't know. Like, to me, it just cheapens the game a little bit. Like, I just know that I've been on both sides, and I enjoy watching football a lot more without a fantasy football team than in one. That's all. Finish the wall, yeah, pointing out Godfrey's fake laughing in that. Just a little. Pizza Roll with $9.99 says, what is the status of communication with you and Mr. Corey Adam? He hasn't answered a call or returned a text of mine in quite a while. I don't know why. It's just one day we would talk about boxing and UFC, and then a few months ago, just nothing. Never heard why. Which lends me to believe, like, I'm a guy, I'm not a bitch. So, like, it leads me to believe that it probably was nothing, and he just like, I don't give a shit, so he doesn't answer. Like, if it was something, he would have told me it was something. Anders with $1 says, it's cute that Vikings fans think about us so much. Packers fans barely acknowledge you guys. Oh, okay. Fucking good for you. Good for you guys. No, I think if you're a Vikings fan, you can root for the Packers tonight. I'm a Packer fan tonight. I'm hoping they kick the shit out of the Lions. I hope it's not even close. I hope it's I hope I can go to bed at the end of the third quarter. I hope that thing's wrapped up real quick. So go Pack, go. And then we beat the Falcons this week, and then we're tied for first. And then all we got to do is keep winning, because I know the Lions have the Bills coming up. So if we beat the Falcons and the Bears at home, and we can get the Lions, who are banged up and have like no starting defenders left, if we can get them to lose to Green Bay and Buffalo, Vikings are in first place in like 10 days. Be great. So yes, I'm rooting for the Packers today. I am a Packer fan. Bird Collector says, I talked with Corey a couple weeks ago. Busy guy. Probably a busy dude. All right, let's get into it today, shall we? We've got plenty to talk about. Lots going on. News all over the place. I prepped last night's show in the comfort of SP's pit couch. You know, one of those big put-together couches where it's like two couches and they're put together and the long arms, and you just kind of you sink into the damn thing. I started watching that Apple TV show, The Morning Show, and it's like 3-4 years old? So it's Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston, John Hamm's in it, Steve Carell. It starts out like this show starts out like Steve Carell fucked a bunch of chicks, and now he's Me Too'd because he got a lot of pussy. He's like the Matt Lauer character. They have a show that's like Good Morning America, and he's Matt Lauer, and he's fucking a bunch of broads. And they actually make a Matt Lauer joke in the show where he's like, it's not like I jerked off into a plant or something. Matt Lauer jerked off into a plant, which is highly irregular to me. Of all the places to jerk off, into a plant. But it's actually, I watched like an episode and a half before I fell into a carb coma, and it was pretty good. But I had my phone. I was going through all my sites, copy and pasting links. So if today's show is very good, maybe we have a new way of doing things. If today's show is terrible, now you know why. It's SP's fault. Guys, you may have forgotten, but Joe Biden is still our president. We still have, what's today's date? December 5th. About 45, 46 days left of Joe Biden until Donald Trump comes over. And you know, you guys might be sitting there counting down the days and taking your marker and, you know, crossing the days off. And look, that's great. I'm not here to tell you what you can and can't do. But consider for a moment that you might miss this guy when he's gone. That when Joe Biden leaves, you might miss some of the idiosyncrasies, some of the little things. Sure, you hate him now. You think he's awful now. You think he's the worst president who ever lived. I get it. But what if, like, Trump comes in and, yeah, things are good. And, yeah, you like the president better than the last one. But there's just little things Biden did that you wish you still had around, like falling asleep on world leaders or wandering around it. Did you see that? Tell me you saw it. I was gesturing, and the marker I was holding just right out the door. All right. But like, you know, Joe Biden, he would go to like the G20 or the G5 summits, and they'd take like a picture on some golf course that nobody was on. And he would just start wandering off. And they'd have, like, literally, they'd have a lady that would walk over and go get him and go, Joe, no, back over here. And Joe's like, okay. Or like Jill Biden, like he's making a speech and he's on the podium. And Joe Biden just starts walking around in circles. And Jill's like, no, Joe, the steps are over here. We got to go this way. Or like Barack Obama's got to guide him around. We really did have an invalid as president for the last 4 years. People don't give America enough credit that we survived that. Well, Joe Biden was having a meeting with African leaders yesterday. So really like the lame duck period where we've elected a new president and you're not going to be the guy anymore. We just don't have you do anything important. Like you do some PR appearances and then you meet with leaders of African countries. Like what are we going to do? Like rob them of their mineral rights? Boring. So here's Joe Biden. And he's hanging out with leaders at the Lobito Corridor. It's the Trans-Africa Summit. They don't go for that shit in Africa. Don't put trans in anything. In Lobito, Angola. And you got the Democratic Republic of the Congo. You got Tanzania. You got Angola's there. And then the United States of America. A little bit of a power dynamic here, I think. But let's go ahead and see what Joe Biden does. He's talking to a bunch of African leaders, one of them apparently wearing a hoodie or just a high-collared dress shirt. I don't know. This is Joe Biden meeting with the leaders of Africa in the final days of his presidency.
With the U.S. in support of the development of the Lobito Corridor. Tanzania views the Lobito Corridor.
When I snap my fingers, Mr. President, you will forget that you were ever gay. I was never gay. Exactly.
As an integral part of a broader
guys, is he out? Look at him. Look at him. Is he out?
We also appreciate.
I really feel like we should do the Hulk Hogan sleeper hold referee thing where we put the arm up and see if it drops 3 times. Dude, that's how you fall asleep in high school, remember? Where you're trying to, you rest your head against your hand. Oh, shit, this is going to make me fall asleep. You rest your head against your hand. And you fall asleep, and it just maybe looks like you're contemplating or listening or you're dealing with a migraine or something like that. But really, you're just catching a few winks. That's all.
The fact that the implementation of the project...
He's not moving. Like, he's out.
...important opportunities for Africa's development...
Look at him.
...in sectors such as agriculture, renewable energy...
Oh, he's back. Okay, now look, he's got butthole eyes. This is a good telltale sign that somebody was asleep. He's got puffy butthole eyes where he just got barely that little slit opening and the rest of the eye is kind of browned out like an asshole. I think Joe was sleeping.
Digital
is he gonna, his eyes are closed again. Remember when he first started doing that when he was president? He kept falling asleep because he was never sharp. He was always an old fuck. Remember when he would fall asleep at these meetings and like all of his team would go, no, he was blinking. And I'm like, those are the longest fucking blinks ever.
trade and
Look at
logistics
this. Look, he's out, dude.
along the corridor.
Joe is
Tanzania
out. Now,
is already
we can make fun of Joe Biden. We can talk about how embarrassing this is for the United States of America. We can talk about, but he's listening to a bunch of African countries like talking about how they're getting their first red flyer wagon factory. Like this is not the most riveting shit. Like if you fall asleep when you're meeting with Germany and Germany's talking to you about their latest like stealth helicopter technology, like you can sit up and pay attention. But when you got a bunch of African countries going, and what we're going to start doing is we're going to start mixing the cement powder with water. And we do believe this will create a better construction consistency for our sidewalks so they're not made out of loose concrete powder. That you can fall asleep to.
undertaking internal.
We've also found that if we take the things that we put on the vehicles and we smooth them out and make them a round shape made out of rubber instead of stone, we will get an easier drive.
Consultations aiming at aligning this project with national priorities and other bilateral.
By the way, if you're watching this right now, don't look at this guy. Nobody gives a fuck about this guy. Nobody even knows what the fuck he's talking about. We're looking to see how long Joe Biden's eyes are closed. And, like, here's the dickhead move of all this. Like, you're sitting at a table with people. Those times where he fell asleep, where he was sitting in, like stadium seats. You know, they have those long tables. You have, like, Italy's here. They got a translator headphone. And the United States sits here. And, like, when he's sitting off by himself and it's a big crowd in, like, an auditorium and he falls asleep, that's forgivable. But you're sitting at a table with, like, 2 or 3 other guys. It's not like you're hiding the fact that you don't give a fuck about what these guys have to say. You're closing your eyes openly right in front of them. All this guy in the blue has to do is look up, and he's probably too embarrassed to look up because he knows Joe's fucking outski. But all these guys have to do is look up and look over at the president. Like, I think it would be funny if this guy goes, and in the corridor, we have signed a treaty that says that in August of 2025. He's not even listening, is he? I don't need to read any of this. Why don't we go for lunch? Turn off the lights so he can sleep peacefully. We have a blanket in my limo that we use for my dog. Go ahead and cover him up. He's fucking out right in front of people.
Regional commitments. In closing,
open your eyes, Joe. You only have to do this job for a month and a half.
And shared prosperity.
Stay awake.
We note the progress made on
those
the
eyes are not
development of the
opening back.
Lobito corridor
He's done.
And commend the visionary leadership that has brought this initiative to life. And it is through such...
It looks like he's jamming his pointer finger into his left eyeball. I think it's up. I think it's just because his eyebrows are so bushy. It's like underneath the bush of his eyebrows. But it looks like he's just jamming his fucking finger right into it. And you know he's not doing that because that would have kept him awake.
Partnerships and innovations that Africa's Agenda 2063 will be realized.
Did you say 2063? They got to set Africa's goals for 2063? Shit. And again, like, if I were at a treaty signing where an African country was talking about their corridors or whatever, yeah, I'd fall asleep too, but I also wouldn't be president. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I think the Detroit Lions will go to the Super Bowl. They are too good at all angles. I don't know. I actually don't think Detroit's going to the Super Bowl. If you pay attention to what's going on with the Lions, I think they're too banged up. I mean, they have like 6. Is it like half their defensive starters are injured, including 4 linebackers? All of their linebackers are hurt. They lost Hutchinson in the middle of the year. Like, at some point, this shit has to hit them. Dan Campbell can't be that fucking good of a coach. It's not fair. So, like, they've got to fall apart at some point. And hopefully it starts today with the Green Bay Packers. Hopefully. Let's go to Rusty Grammar. He says, I don't blame Joe. Fuck whatever they are saying, but Joe still sucks. Yeah. I don't. See, I agree with Zen Man Builds. They should fuck with him. I wouldn't end the speech with Wakanda forever. I think what they should do is like when Joe's sleeping, he's like, and then all of the black countries will unite and we will take justice on the colonial slaveholders. We will form an African Union invasion team and we will land in Palm Beach, Florida. And we will start with killing Jews. And here's where that would go wrong. That would be a terrible prank because you'd have to keep going because that motherfucker ain't waking up. So you'd be sitting there trying to make that joke and you're like, even I am uncomfortable at the amount of anti-Semitic hatred I am spewing right now. Is he going to fucking wake up? I did not think so. See, this is what I'm going to catch shit for today. Helgi says a true Vikings fan would never root for the Packers. What's the matter with you? Dude, you need a true Vikings fan wants his team to win the division. The only way to win this division is Detroit needs to lose. So them losing to the Packers is something we need to happen for our team to take a step up. So yes, I'm rooting for the Green Bay Packers. If this is a problem with other Vikings fans, if we're all having a civil war because of it, let me stand on the side that says I want us to have the 1 seed. I want us to win the division. Do I think we're a Super Bowl team this year? No. I don't think we can be but I'd like to. I'd like us to be a Super Bowl team this year. Historically White says Joe would wake up if you held a child under his nose like smelling salts. It's well, historically White, yes, but you gotta hair first. He loves smelling the hair. Helgi calling me a filthy turncoat. Then you know what? Then goddamn it, I am whatever you say I am. I am a filthy turncoat. I'm a bad boy, and there's nothing I can do about it. I apologize eternally. I apologize forever. Give Me Tips says, I'm not cheering for either team, but if Green Bay wins, it's good for the Vikes. Yeah. Das Optic Nerve says, is that really rooting for Green Bay, though? Yes. I mean, thank you for giving me the out and saying, Aaron, you're not really rooting for the Packers. You're rooting against the Lions. I'm rooting for the Packers. You know, I'm rooting for the Packers. I'm not gonna run from it. I'm not gonna hide from it. Look, I want my team to win. I don't think that's so bad. 285 is the number for today. Like we said, really not very beggy shows this week. You guys have been unbelievable. Look at those standings. Look at how close. 1 through 5 right now, because I think Red Fox Matt is at $95. Yeah, 1 through 5 is all within $100 of each other. That's incredible. Thank you guys very much. 285 away from today's goal. Let's get to 200 in the next hour and 15 minutes. Appreciate it. McBuster says, remember when Aaron kept playing the Lions defensive player's leg injury and laughed? I'll finish your comment in a second, McBuster, but I don't remember laughing. You know what? I wouldn't call it laughing. I would say horrified. It was a terrible leg injury. I remember being at a sports bar and watching it happen. It happened during the Vikings bye week. It was egregious. It was terrible. What else? Then the Vikings lost 2 in a row, and he had a fit and threatened to stop rooting for the Vikings. Karma is I would never. You take it back, McBuster. That statement is full of inaccuracies. I would never threaten to stop rooting for my Vikings. I love my Vikings. I kept my streak alive of going to at least one game a year. I think my streak is at 4 or 5 years. I love my Vikings, and I would never stop rooting for them. And I'll tell you, McBuster, I was heartbroken, positively heartbroken, when Aiden Hutchinson broke his leg. I felt terrible for the guy. Helgi says, should I start Darnell Mooney this week? Kirk Cousins' revenge game against the Vikes. Shut up. I don't care about fantasy football. I just want to win. And I have a feeling that my boy Kirk Cousins is going to get his head handed to him by that Brian Flores defense, but we'll see. I really do think I think that Kirk, and I love Kirk. You guys know this. I defended him to the hilt all 6 years he was in Minnesota. I think that injury ended Kirk Cousins. He's not the same guy anymore. His numbers are not good. And the one thing you could always count on Kirk Cousins for, remember, the big complaint people who don't like Kirk Cousins had when he was in Minnesota was, oh, he's just a stat guy. Oh, he just puts up big numbers, but it doesn't match the play on the field. Now he doesn't even have the stats this year. He's not even middle of the road. I think he's bottom third statistically this season. I think that ruptured Achilles at 36 years old did him in. I think it did him in. Let's go to, Finish the Wall writes, no one else goes to Melton's chat. Moody and Melton are too sensitive to handle one person who trolls. Aaron has 50. That's a great point. Like, it must be, I think if you gave Melton truth serum, it would be embarrassing to him that this is what he has to do in order to have any kind of show. And to know that, like, he goes, I'm going to watch Aaron. I'm going to do a show about Aaron. Then I'm going to write fan fiction about Aaron, like make your whole life Aaron. And then no steel toe people care. None of them come over to talk to you. None of them come over to give you any shit. Meanwhile, I let his babies play in my sandbox. I go, guys, go ahead. Do what you want. And then they rage at me for that. They get mad at me about that. Why is he just letting us say shit about him? Because we're doing a show. We're literally moving on without you. And you get to write what you want. Don't cry. Don't whine about it. We're letting you do what you want and have your fun. We're a fun show. We let you have a good time. You still complain about that. And then the audience says, how much to make the chat members only? And I said, $100 by the end of the hour. And then they do that. And you guys get mad. Well, pay $5. Pay $5 and you can still get all your aggression out. Guys, ultimately, this is all designed to help you. But yeah, it is funny that we just kind of poke fun at them. We make our haters our lolcows. We're the only show that does that. And then the show that those people love can't handle 1 ounce of criticism without having a meltdown and developing a new cope laugh, as Red Bar pointed out. I'm very proud of our show, and I'm very proud of our fans and how many levels above these people we are. I am really impressed by them. I appreciate it. And by the way, to the Tatler, he's fighting with McBuster in the Rumble chat. Tatler, you can't come into a guy's chat, obsess over his audience members and obsess over his show, and then say you're not obsessed. Dude, I'm sorry, buddy, and you can cope chat all you want, but Tatler, I'm not even, like, you and I aren't even having a back and forth today. I'm letting my fans handle my light work. And you come in here, obsessed as you are, and then go, but I'm not upset. You're telling the people you're obsessed with that you're not obsessed with them. Tatler, cleanse your soul, liberate yourself, be honest, know that you're just fodder for us and we're laughing at you, and that can be your role. You can be like our jester. It can be fun, buddy, but you have to liberate yourself. You have to let go of that guilt. Sam Young says, this is what I call seething. Yeah, for sure he is. 100%. Thank you, Sam Young. Sam Young, a good fan of Steel Toe. He knows what I just did to him. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says, I thought Vikings fans were retarded, but Bears fans are worse. Hey. Let's not speak ill of the dead, okay? I don't mind if Packer fans come in. Yeah, Finish the Wall says, we've got this. Yeah, you guys have been taking that guy to the cleaners for a while. When it comes to like the Packers or the Lions or the Vikings, we can all bust each other's balls. We can all make fun of each other. We can all root for and against each other. But Trucker 18 Wheeler, if I may, leave the Bears out of this. Bears fans have been through enough. They've had a terrible year. They reloaded their entire roster thinking this is our season. Here we go. And their coach is an absolute invalid retard. Their quarterback does show some promise, but you have 3 Pro Bowl caliber wide receivers. You have a Pro Bowl caliber tight end. You have DeAndre Swift. You have a good team. And you have a coach that's so bad that he prevents you from winning games, and you have to fire him mid-season for the first time in franchise history. I think we can leave Bears fans alone. Do we have any Bears fans in the chat? If you're here, please. I'd like to offer you my sympathies, if I could. Hulkamasha Baby said those stupid fucking Bears running that play at 7 seconds was so damn stupid. Dude, hey, guys, that's marker number 2 that we've lost today. So, the Bears' last play on Thanksgiving against the Lions was unbelievable. And not in a good way. Bro, this is, you throw a fucking check down pass, you gain 5 or 6 yards to make the field goal inside of 50 yards, you call a fucking timeout, you kick the goddamn field goal. They had what, like 35 seconds? Now I'm starting to do Russo. They had 35 seconds to get the playoff. They didn't get the playoff, they had 35 seconds to do it. Steve was watching, even Steve was yelling at it, and Steve's a retard. But they did, they had 35 seconds to get the fucking playoff. And they run it down to, they have no sense of urgency. They can see the clock. They can see how much time is left. 7 seconds, they snap the ball and throw it deep. Oh, my God. It's unbelievable. I mean, that alone, I think if they would have lost to the Lions, Matt Eberflus could have kept his job. But the way they lost that game, he had to go. You have to fire a guy after something like that. Yeah, Helgi says Bears went full retard. Indeed. Hey. Are you guys ready? It's not even 7 o'clock yet. I'm bringing you guys a gift today. Buzamok, are you here yet? I don't think Buzamok's here yet. Oh, this makes me so sad. I don't think Buzamok's awake yet. And we've got his daily view clip. Uh-oh. Oh, I got an update. I got a DM here. I got a DM. All right. Thank you. Breaking Baldo News sent me a very nice DM. That's maybe we'll have more on that as the show continues on. I hate when I go to get my Twitter clips, like my video clips that are on Twitter, and I have a notification because like fans will send me stuff during the show that we can use on the show. I hate it when I have DMs during the show and I go look at them, but it's like really juicy goss. And I'm like, fuck. Ugh. And then it drives you guys nuts because you're like, what's Aaron seeing that he likes so much? And then I know this is a common complaint people have. They're like, he sees the thing, but he doesn't say the thing. I don't have complete information. I don't have complete information. Let's just say there's a fat guy, there's a crime, and there's a whole lot of cope. There's a morbidly obese man in the desert, and there's a lot of cope going on. Somebody's trying to throw a lot of dust in the air to obfuscate, and it's fun to watch the fish wiggle on the hook. I'll say that. Thank you, BBN. Well, anyway, we have our view clip today, and we have Charlemagne the God arguing with Whoopi Goldberg on The View. This is one of those times where I don't care how any of you feel about the clip that's coming up. I don't care how any of you feel about the personalities in the clip. I'm excited for it. I'm ready to watch my own show because I'm so excited because I've got, I get a front row seat to the best show there is. And now they got that show that I love, this one, has a segment coming up that I'm salivating for. Charlemagne the God, Whoopi Goldberg. Now, these two, you might, at face value, you might say, wait a minute, Aaron, Whoopi Goldberg, Charlemagne the God, they're on the same team. Yes and no. Charlemagne and Whoopi are on the same team, but Charlemagne's a little bit more, like, Whoopi's polished in the entertainment business, so she knows how to, like, take sides and, like, defend a side that she knows is indefensible. Like, this Hunter Biden, Joe Biden thing? You can tell who are, like, the trained Democrats and who are just people who have Democrat beliefs. So, like, Whoopi Goldberg is a trained Democrat. I'm not going to say a trained what. Stop it. Stop. She's a trained Democrat, though, and she carries the water. She fills the propaganda. Joe should pardon Hunter. Pardoning Hunter is the right thing to do. Meanwhile, she's like, Donald Trump's evil. Donald Trump's a dictator. Donald Trump's going to use the Justice Department to have his way with America. Joe Biden does the same thing. She fucking applauds it. She thinks it's great. Charlemagne, however, is just a guy, and you got to be careful of people like this. Charlemagne's a guy who just believes shit. Charlemagne's a guy who goes, these are my beliefs. This is what I think. So he's not trained. He's not carrying water for anyone. If Charlemagne has a shitty take, he comes by it honestly, and there's nothing wrong with that. Having a take that the rest of us disagree with, fuck, that's half the country. It's when you're doing it and you know you're doing it and you're doing it to curry favor, carry water, or push propaganda. That's what pisses me off. And that's what Whoopi's been doing with this Hunter Biden thing. Charlemagne is one of those people who goes, well, wait a minute. Charlemagne comes from radio. Whoopi comes from Hollywood. Let me tell you something about radio. Charlemagne is the top radio guy in the country right now, arguably. And Charlemagne the God, when you're a radio personality, being straight and being consistent and being yourself with your audience is incredibly important. Radio audiences can smell phony and they will cut you loose. They will, if they find that you're carrying water, if they find that you're a bagman for anybody, your audience, it's a much more intimate relationship. Hollywood, you're pretending to be other people. So if you're a phony, it's hard to tell. In fact, they almost expect it. So Charlemagne can't go out there and just carry water for Joe Biden. His audience will detect it. They'll call him a phony and they'll cast him out. If Whoopi Goldberg's a phony, the people who like that kind of shit, the people who want to hear I'm right and the Democrats are right and Joe Biden's right, they eat that shit up. So Charlemagne the God got into it with Whoopi Goldberg on The View because Whoopi believes that this pardoning of Hunter Biden is great. She thinks it's wonderful. Joe Biden should be pardoning Hunter all day long because fuck everyone else. Charlemagne, this was his take. So we're going to give you Charlemagne the God's independent view on his show on Hunter Biden on the pardon, and then we'll show him and Whoopi getting together and having this out. Here's Charlemagne.
Hunter was singled out because he broke the law. That's number one. He was singled out because he had an illegal gun and tax evasion charges, not because he was the president's son. And I honestly don't care. I just want Democrats to stop acting like they are on this moral high ground politically when they have shown us they're not, whether it's skipping the primary process when Biden stepped down and things like Biden pardoning his son. Stop acting like y'all the pure party and Republicans aren't. And it also shows me elected officials can do whatever they want as long as they have the political will and courage to do it.
Absolutely. But let me ask you a question. I know at first...
Now, also, I wish people would point out more that the gun and tax evasion charges that Hunter was brought up on, that was the Favre. People are like, oh, they're just attacking Hunter because he's the president's son. That's why they prosecuted him. No, they found so many fucking crimes on that laptop. They did Joe and Hunter Biden a favor by only giving him the gun and tax evasion charges. As a matter of fact, they tried to get away with as much as they could. Do you remember that initial plea deal that they came up with for the gun and tax charges? It was a joke. And it looked like it was going to go through. But then the judge goes, guys, I cannot sign this and have any credibility left as a judge. This is the most crooked fucking deal. First of all, this guy broke a shitload more laws. Second of all, this plea deal you're coming at me with is we would never offer this to anybody. Like informants for the mob don't get this kind of deal. So they've been trying to go easy on Hunter from day one. So not only do I hate this idea that somehow they're only prosecuting Hunter because he's the president's kid, or it's a vendetta, like it's a political witch hunt. Not only are they not doing that, but they're going easy on this guy because of his political connections. He did way worse than what he's charged with. I don't hear that enough.
First, Hunter was only supposed to get, community service and probation. And then when that was supposed to happen, they pulled it off the table and they said that Republicans forced him to get charged. Is that?
No, they didn't pull it off the table. They put it on the table. It was the judge that said, guys, I can't do this. This is wrong. This is real. This is openly crooked.
That true, and that's the reason why he was pardoned?
I'm not sure why he was necessarily pardoned.
Because at first,
I know why he was pardoned. He made his dad a fuckload of money, and his dad rewarded him with a fucking pardon. And if Trump wouldn't have won the election, he wouldn't have had to do this pardon. But because Trump won, Biden went, fuck it. He pardoned his son.
Because at first he was supposed to...
Well, Jill probably pardoned him.
only get probation, and then they pulled that back and then gave him time, right?
I don't know nothing
Yes,
about that. I thought he was facing 42 years in prison for
Dang,
illegal gun
that's-
possession and tax charges.
Get my son out. What are you talking about?
Yes, he definitely. Because he lied on paperwork to get the gun, and he was addicted to drugs at the time.
Yep.
And you're not supposed to be addicted to drugs when you get a gun, so that is how he quote unquote illegally obtained the gun. So,
I've heard that. I've heard if you're on drugs and you have drugs, you can't be possessing firearms. I don't know where I've heard that. Heard that if you have a shitload of drugs, possessing firearms is a big time no-no. Well, we all learn one way or the other. Mad Joe with $2.99. Thank you, buddy. He says, you're like Potsy. God damn it, guys. I'm tired of helping people insult me. Do better. You're like Potsy and Ralph Mouth put together. Ralph Mouth. It was a funny character in a 70s show because the name fucking rhymed. Jesus Christ. I like the insult. It's a funny dig. It's a little dated. It's an older code, but it checks out. But for fuck's sake, guys, if we're gonna throw super chats in and lob insults, snappy, make them good. Medjo's a big fan. Don't make me treat you like a steel toe. Like steel toe haters are so retarded that I have to coach them to be better at it. And then they get mad at me for that. I'm sorry, guys. If you just become a fan of the show and watch it, you'll have a much better time, but then you won't get to be miserable. And then I won't be happy because I won't know that I have that effect on you, knowing how fucking good I am at what I do. So, you're right. Let's just leave it the way it is. All right, so that's Charlemagne the God's take on, oh, shit, and there I go. I closed the whole fucking thing when I wasn't done yet. That's Charlemagne's take on his show on the whole Hunter Biden thing. And Charlemagne was then booked as a guest on The View. And he has his take on Hunter Biden, which is Hunter got charged with what Hunter got charged with because he broke the law. That's how the shit works. Now, Whoopi, remember, thinks that he is just, he's this political victim and, this is all just terrible and this is a plot and everything else. So they had to lock horns and they had to go at it on The View. And I'm not happy about this because they're both black. I am not rooting on black crime whatsoever. Although Joe Scarborough told me, along with Al Sharpton, that the reason this argument happened is because black men hate women. I didn't know. I didn't know until they told me. By the way, 280 away from today's goal. Hey, boys and girls, let's get down to 200 by the end of this hour. You see the standings right there. It's pretty close between Steph at 190, Gray Duckling at 140, Zen Man at 125, 2.0 at 110, and Red Fox Matt at 95. It's getting closer. And Riding Dirty Llama at a hundo. So this we got a bit of a logjam here. Let's check it out. Charlemagne the God and Whoopi Goldberg together again on The View.
Let me ask you something that's going around right now. A lot of this conversation about President Biden getting criticized from both sides of the aisle for pardoning his son Hunter after repeatedly saying he would never do it. And a lot of people are saying that it's hypocritical, etc., as if the other side doesn't do it.
I love that. It is. It is. And I'm tired of that shit, too, by the way. That's some small brain shit that, the other side does it, too. Yeah, but, and people buy this. This is the most frustrating part. Yeah, the other side does it, too. But what do you call the other side when they do it? The problem is not that we think politicians are hypocrites. We know politicians are hypocrites. The problem is not that the media people are scumbags. We know that the media people are scumbags. The problem we have is how you guys change the rules for yourselves when you do the same exact fucking thing. If you guys would do the same exact fucking thing and just go, yep, sorry, them's the breaks. That's what happens when you're in charge. You get to do what you want. That would be fine. I don't have a problem with hypocrisy. I don't have a problem with people being crooked, corrupt, and dirty. That comes with power. But don't do it and then tell me that you're the noble ones. That's all I hate. Be a hypocrite. Be a power-hungry, crooked, corrupt bastard. Just don't tell me you're doing it because you love me. So when Joy Behar goes, Yeah, they're all bitching about Hunter Biden and the pardon, but, the other side does this too. Right. And then afterwards, you call them Nazis, you call them fascists, they're Hitler, they're corrupt, they don't care about democracy. So what is it when you do it?
Of the offer pardoning his son Hunter after repeatedly saying he would never do it. And a lot of people are saying that it's hypocritical, etc., as if the other side doesn't do it. But what's your reaction to it?
I mean, I think all of the criticism is valid because, Democrats stand on this moral high ground all the time. And, they act so self-righteous. The reality is he didn't have to say anything in regards to, whether or not, his son wanted to be pardoned. He could have said, hey, man, I'm not focused on that right now. But since they were calling Trump a threat to democracy, and they were saying that, nobody's above the law, but they were speaking about him. That's what they were running on. So when he kept saying things like, nobody's above the law, I respect, the jury's decision in regards to my son, he didn't believe that. But he didn't have to volunteer that.
But let me tell you something right now. He is driving these women fucking insane. Sonny Hostin's ready to read a legal note right about now. Legal note, I did not actually strangle Charlemagne the God on the set of The View. We were acting. And I want everyone to know that that alleged incident is not what you saw. Because they have not been taking this well. Remember, Anna Navarro, and I didn't see her on the panel. She might be taking a bubble bath. She said that she's worried about her mental health with all this Trump and Hunter Biden stuff. So the View people are already hanging on by a thread. And here's a black Democrat coming in and going, yeah, your guys' take is shit. And the Democrats are hypocrites. But that's the difference between a radio guy who came about his feelings honestly and a bunch of shills who are paid to pitch an agenda. This is where the View ladies are ill-equipped for this kind of argument. The ladies on The View have to remember what the script is, and they have to stick to the script. Charlemagne can just freestyle. Charlemagne can just speak from the dome, as the kids say. And he is not making them happy right now.
That lie to begin with.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Uh-oh.
Only because you don't know that it was a lie. We don't know.
Yes, we do. Okay, what is a lie? You're asked a question, you give the answer that is not true. That's a lie. Now, there's a difference between not knowing. There is a difference between being wrong and lying. Being wrong is you don't know what the right answer is. You answer, and it ends up being the opposite. A lie is when you know what the right answer is and you purposely give the wrong one. Are you going to, will you pardon your son Hunter? No. And then you pardon your son Hunter. That's not you being wrong. You knew what the answer was. And you purposely gave the opposite answer. You fucking lied. So don't try and backtrack now and go, oh, they didn't lie. They changed their mind.
Because you don't know that it was a lie. We don't know why he changed
You really think he just changed his mind over Thanksgiving weekend all of a sudden?
No, I'm going to tell you what I think.
Okay. Yeah.
I think he changed his mind because he got sick of watching everybody else get over.
Oh, my... yeah, the poor president. Oh, the poor president with his limited power and influence over things and the hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars that he's been sending to the Ukrainians and the Jews and all of this terrible stuff. Oh, the lack of power that he has. The long-range missiles that he's been sending to Ukraine and saying, look, we can't launch these at Russia, but you launch these at Russia for us. Could you do that? Yeah, all that limited power that Joe Biden has and watching everybody else get over. What the fuck are you talking about? Watching everybody else get over. You slapped Donald Trump with 32 bullshit felonies. Is he getting over? I'm sorry, I'll say it. Your FBI tried to fucking kill him twice. The Biden administration tried to murder Donald Trump. And he's getting over? Donald Trump had to dodge minefields, dodge bullets, dodge felony charges. He's like a gangbanger in South Central Los Angeles. He had to dodge every attempt on his career, his reputation, and his life, and he won. That's why you're mad. Not because they're getting over. Whoopi, your side did everything you could to literally fucking kill the guy. Let's say the Biden administration had nothing to do with the Trump assassination attempts. Both of them. Okay, fine. You called him Hitler enough where it made sense to crazy people to go, if I kill this guy, it's like killing Hitler. When people do the time machine thing, what's the number one scenario? They go, if you could go back in time and kill Hitler, would you do it? You built this guy up as Hitler, then somebody goes, well, if I kill him, I'm killing Hitler, so it's got to be something good for the country. You guys trumped up charges, no pun intended. You tried to fucking kill the guy, and despite all that, he won. And you're going to say, well, Biden just pardoned his kid because he was tired of everyone getting over. Oh, my God. Come on. If you're going to fucking lie to me, please do a better job than that. Say he's senile. Say he's retarded. He hit a button by mistake. Fuck, that would be better than this fucking self-serving horse shit.
She got sick of watching everybody else get over. And this is just my feeling.
Now, I would stop her and I would say, like who? Like what? Like who, like what? Who got over? There's an allegation that's never been proven against Matt Gaetz. He can't be attorney general because of it. Because of an allegation. Pete Hegseth, they're going to go full on with this. He's an R-wordist thing, which has never been proven. But they're gonna lean into that because they don't want Pete Hegseth to be the head of the Defense Department because he'll turn the magnifying glass in on the Pentagon and make them actually keep books. So this idea that anybody's getting over, what fucking fantasy world? How much power do you need that what you've had for the last 4 years isn't enough?
Because at some point you get to the place where you just go, so I'm just going to follow the straight and narrow always, because that's what's expected of Democrats.
But that's their fault. They're the ones that go out there and they stand on this moral high ground. Listen, they don't have to do that.
Right. That's what I was saying. And by the way, a lot of you don't like Charlemagne. I never understood that. I like Charlemagne. I think he's a straight shooter. I like his attitude. Anyway, that kind of sounded like slave ownery. Like, he's a good boy. He's well-spoken. I had to back off the Celsius. But he's right. Like, it's Whoopi's painting this like it's somebody else's fault. You guys were the ones who painted yourself as motherfucking Teresa, while the rest of us were all a bunch of democracy-hating Nazis, and we're just going to pardon people, and we're just going to... If you guys would stop for 5 goddamn seconds doing all of the things you say everyone else is going to do... Oh, he's going to use the Justice Department to put charges on his political opponents. What the fuck have you been doing? He hasn't done that once. You've done it half a dozen times. Oh, he's going to pardon all the people that are crooked and corrupt and criminals. He hasn't done that. He pardoned Lil Wayne. The only people he pardoned in his administration were the people that you witch hunted after in the first place. Paul Manafort, not General Kelly, General Flynn, the people who refused to play deep state ball. Those are the people you guys kangaroo courted, and he pardoned them. You guys pardoned a fucking crackhead who tried to get guns. And don't tell me you did it because, Republicans just keep getting away with everything. We just wanted to have one. If you're buying this shit. I mean, even Democrats aren't buying it. They're split on this.
Democrat, tell me what the moral high ground is.
The moral high ground is nobody's above the law. I respect what the jurors are saying. You don't have to do that.
So we're mad at him because he changed his...
Oh, no. By the way, I'm not mad at him pardoning Hunter Biden.
It's not changed his mind. It's full of shit. It's lied. Changing your mind is fine. Changing your mind is this. Let's go back to 2003, and it's the run-up to the Iraq War. And let's create an alternate universe. And I'm against the war in Iraq. I don't want to go into Iraq because there is no proof that they have weapons of mass destruction, and that is not a reason to go in and take out Saddam Hussein without evidence that there's weapons of mass destruction. And then the next day, Saddam Hussein does a nuclear test in the desert, and we see the mushroom cloud, and we go, all right, we got to roll on this guy. He's got nukes. There's proof. I changed my mind. Facts on the ground changed. You changed your mind. It's not changing my mind that I'm mad about who won the election, so I'm going to do some crooked shit. That's not changing your mind. That's lying.
Sound like you.
No.
If I can get in on this, I actually think it went further, and this is one thing we really disagree on. Joe Biden made a point of saying we stand by our institutions
Yes, I
and the
understand all that.
impartiality of the Department of Justice.
Yes.
Democrats ran on that. The same DOJ indicted Hunter Biden. How we shouldn't be saying it's corrupt like Donald Trump does, but then in his statement pardoning Hunter Biden, he says that it was a political pursuit by his own Department of Justice.
It wasn't. No, it's worse than that. Because he didn't say that it was his Department of Justice doing a witch hunt against his son. He accused the it went back to Obama. Remember, this pardon goes back to 2014. And you know why Joe Biden picked 2014? Because Joe Biden knew that Hunter Biden was doing dirty shit back in 2014. Do you know how Joe Biden knew that Hunter Biden was doing dirty shit back in 2014? Because he's got the fucking deposit slips. That's why. He's got the fucking U.S. Bank, Wells Fargo, J.P. Morgan Chase slips to prove what Hunter was doing back in 2014.
Explain to me why it is that when Joe Biden does something, everybody clutches their pearls. He's wrong.
Oh, my. Holy fucking shit. Are you out of your mind? Chad Buzamok, this is why I love going over view clips. Are we trying to say that poor Joe Biden is being picked on? The media, the political class, I mean, they just won't leave poor Joe and Hunter alone. I mean, every breath he takes, every shit he takes, they're watching, they're checking, they're criticizing him. Oh, my God, it must be horrible.
Trump more than me or Charlamagne the God.
I'm sorry. Yeah, people have criticized him more. I've criticized him more. We've all criticized him more, but you're missing my question. Okay. My question is,
how full of shit am I right now?
What is it that makes people flip out with Joe, but we don't have the same kind of thing?
Well, I don't think people...
Are you fucking shitting me? Where do these people... Well, Hollywood. Or are they... No, they're in New York, aren't they? Apologies. Well, yeah, because Charlamagne's there. They're in New York. People don't freak the fuck out when Donald Trump does anything. You guys have charged him with 9 trillion felonies. You guys actively tried to have him thrown in prison over bullshit. You changed the laws in New York so that he could be sued for SA. It's amazing. And you know, this shit wouldn't bother me. But people watch this and people believe this. And they believe it for one very simple reason. They want to. They want to be lied to. They want to believe it. They want to be told they're okay. There's like I'm rewatching Mad Men again. I'm on season 5, but in season 1, episode 1, Donald Draper gives this big speech about what advertising is. And like we haven't had a real media in this country forever. We have advertising. We have marketing. And he goes, advertising is telling people whatever you're doing, you're okay. That's what this shit is. People who want to believe that Trump's a Nazi and this evil guy. And, you know, when I go to work or I go to family events, people say I'm crazy. And then The View is the show that goes there and says, hey, you're okay. We think he's fucking crazy and a Nazi too. And we'll just keep saying it over and over to you to let you know that you're all right. By the way, you need to lose some weight. Have you seen this new diabetes drug we've got? It's sponsoring this hour of the program. Hey, whatever you're doing, you're okay. I bet you it's really stressful at work. Here's a sugary snack cake for you. Hey, you know how everybody in your life says you're a piece of shit and you're obsessed the way you're thinking about Trump? Well, here at The View, we think you're just fine and dandy. We think you're amazing. Have you seen this new thyroid medication that's on the market? This vaccine sure is wonderful. It's fucking awful. Don't believe a word these people say. And that goes for Fox News. That goes for right-wing media, left-wing media. They're all just trying to make you feel as little challenge as possible to whatever you believe.
People are flipping out with Joe. I think Democrats are flipping out with Joe because Democrats believe that they don't represent what he's currently representing. But that's just not true. That's why I say they stand on this moral high ground that simply does not exist. And I think this is also the problem when we pick sides, right? We've turned political parties into teams. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan. Ain't nobody more delusional than me, right? Okay?
Wow, it's been a really rough year for Charlemagne. He's a Democrat and a Cowboys fan. Jesus Christ, I just lie under a falling rock at this point.
I feel like we're going to the Super Bowl every year, but I'm not delusional. Well, no, that is delusional. But when it comes,
you know what? I don't know why people don't like him.
but when it comes to political parties, if you pick a side, right, if you say you're a Democrat, if you say you're a Republican, you refuse to be objective about anything.
That's why I'm an independent. Yes.
Oh, look at the blonde white lady. Hey, Mr. Black Man, that's why I'm an independent. Do you like me? I like her. I think she's pretty. I like her. She's a cutie pie.
But that's not a monolith. We're not, Democrats are not a monolith.
But why can't you say when Democrats are wrong? And why can't Republicans say when Republicans are wrong?
I'll tell you when Democrats are
wrong.
So
you don't think Joe Biden is wrong?
No, I don't. And can I just point this out to you? The president has a part in power, right?
Whoa! Wow! Go back. She just called him ridiculous. I love that. I love when people go, you can't point out when Democrats are wrong. Oh, I do it all the time. Where have they been wrong? And then whenever they say they're wrong, it's always because they didn't go Democrat-y enough. You know? Like people like Whoopi Goldberg, they're like, hey, when were Democrats wrong? Well, when I wanted them to be this Democrat-y and they ended up being only this Democrat-y. You know, it's never that their position was wrong. It's that they didn't go hard in the paint enough. Listen to her call Charlemagne ridiculous.
Democrats are wrong. And why can't Republicans say when Republicans are wrong?
I'll tell you when Democrats
are
wrong.
So you don't think Joe Biden is wrong?
No, I don't. And can I just point this out to you? The president has a part in power, right?
Oh! Wow.
Power, right?
I didn't say you were ridiculous, Ms. Goldberg. I would never. I said that. I just think that.
Think about it. Just think about it this way.
Look at this. They literally need to hug because she can't handle this shit. As much as it might hurt myself and as much as it might hurt Chad Buzamak, who loves these clips, it might be time to retire this program. Like one of these women are just going to neck themselves live on the air.
Just very quickly, can you reframe it in this way?
Is this the part where Sonny Hostin calls somebody a rapist and has to apologize after the commercial? Charlemagne is a serial rapist. Do you believe? Sonny, you have something you want to say? I called Charlemagne the God a serial rapist. He has never been accused or charged with any kind of sexual crime. I apologize. I should have used the word allegedly.
Think about it maybe in this way. The president has the ultimate part in power. Every president has done this, right? Yeah. And so people are saying is that Joe Biden is now a liar, as opposed to Joe Biden is someone who now knows that the person that is going to be in the White House is on a revenge tour and his son is on an enemy's.
What revenge tour? What revenge tour has he been on? He has more fucking Democrats in his cabinet than any Republican fucking ever since Lincoln. He's a Republican, has a fucking Kennedy. Thank you. I'm wound up today. Give me money. A fucking Republican has a goddamn Kennedy in his cabinet. He's got Tulsi Gabbard heading up the intelligence community. He's got an African American in there, a white one at that. That's truly a unicorn. He's got a bunch of Indian dudes running shit. Our government efficiency and our FBI is going to sound like a goddamn customer service line. We're so diverse. Just kidding. They both speak with very nice American accents because they were born here. But Donald Trump is on a revenge tour since when? You pulled that out of your asshole. And now you're just reinforcing it. Now, Donald Trump would be justified to go on a revenge tour. People have been targeting him for the last 4 years, but he's not. He's not. Well, unless you ask my uncle. If you ask my uncle, Donald Trump is working with the Kennedy family to have all of the subversive black hats and the shadow government taken to Gitmo and hanged for treason. And he's seizing all of their assets, and he's going to use it to pay off the national debt and give each American $1.8 million. And look, man, I'm fingers crossed my uncle's onto some shit, realrawnews.com. But I'll remain skeptical. But revenge tour, he's got an enemies list. What? Huh?
List. And so he is using his rightful power, his rightful political power, to pardon his son. Now, is that a lie, or is that perhaps being pragmatic, having a change of opinion, as opposed to the president-elect who has lied almost 40,000?
Are you listening to this? Am I the only one? Have I just had too much Celsius this morning? Because I'm going insane listening to this shit. Like the mental gymnastics that's going on to excuse this dog shit behavior.
Times during his first term.
Well, I can't say what it is because I'm not in
the moral high ground. Like, what's the faux?
It's not about moral high ground. It's about fucking consistency and doing what you say. If you lie and you're a piece of shit, then you should be called out for being a lying piece of shit. I'm currently having a heart attack. If you're a Democrat, then it's a Democrat. If you're a Republican, then it's a Republican. But they've already shifted the goalposts in this one conversation numerous times. Well, did he lie or did he change his mind? Well, he fucking lied. Yeah, but did the other guy lie too? You haven't provided me any evidence of this. But isn't the other guy a piece of shit? Does that make it okay for our guy to be a piece of shit? I thought he wasn't a piece of shit. I thought he just changed his mind. Ugh.
Outrageous.
Neither one of them have the moral high ground. That's what I'm trying to get everybody to understand. But when you are a diehard Democrat or a diehard Republican, you refuse to be objective about the other party. Like it's like we're watching them do something wrong, but we're making excuses for it. We watch Republicans do things wrong, and they make excuses for it. Why can't we just all be objective and call it what it is?
Because it's not balanced. It's not the same. But wait, there's more. There's more. We gotta go. We're coming right back. We'll be right back.
Well, there we go. Our daily view clip gave me a butt-fucking coronary. Sorry. Jesus Christ with these people. Thank you very much to S-Word Jockey with $5. Says they charged him specifically so Joe could pardon him and cover up the Burisma stuff. Ooh. You know what? I like that. That one is interesting to me. Dive Bar with $2 says, who cares? Politicians lie. He has the authority to do it. It's a moot point. I agree with you. All I want is for them to stop pretending that that's not what this is. I'm fine with the lying. I'm fine with all of that. Stop making it look like somehow what Joe Biden's doing is okay and noble. It's not. His back's against the wall. He has no other recourse. He can write this pardon and just, honestly, we probably would have moved on from it by now if people like the ladies at The View weren't so dead set on defending this shit. Let's go to $1 from Trucker 18 Wheeler. He says, you missed my last rant. All right. I will go back and try to find it. 275 away from today's goal. PA divorce paralegal says, did Nick give your uncle some coke? Jeez. Oh, do you not know about my uncle's? Should we tell, hey, Rumble chat, should we tell PA divorce paralegal about my uncle's positions on things? I haven't dusted this off for a while. Do you guys, if the regular audience who's heard this a million times wants to hear this again, I will tell you guys the story. McBuster says Dun baby lore. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, PA divorce paralegal. You don't know about the Dun babies? Oh, shit. This is going to be fun. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't know where to start or where to begin, man. I know this, 275 away from today's goal, and I'd really like to be under 200 by the end of this hour. So do me a favor and throw a little something in the nothing in the PayPal or Venmo yet today. And this is our last YouTube goal of the week. So throw in a couple of bucks. We'd appreciate it. Let's rally it up. Dust off the med beds and the Dun babies. Okay, here we go. You guys throw us a shitload of money and we'll go back into this. PA divorce paralegal, here's the deal. So I have an uncle who's smarter than all of us, who knows the real skinny on what's going on with the country. And, trucker 18-wheeler, you're right. We were going to go back and find your rant. I apologize to death. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1. Packer fans can't tell Vikings fans obsessed when they are obsessed with the Bears. Okay. We're square with the house again. So here we go. My uncle, and I'm not going to say my uncle believes. I'm going to try not to say that. My uncle has told us that there is America the country and America the corporation. And that's not a euphemism, literally. Donald Trump is still the president of the United States. He's the head of the country. Joe Biden is apparently the head of the America the corporation. And he and all of his Democratic buddies are actually running this country illegitimately and siphoning billions and billions of dollars from it. Now, while they're doing that, they're also hiding from us amazing technology like med beds. There's these med beds that apparently what they do is they diagnose any disease you have, MS, AIDS, a cold, whatever, and they treat you and they cure you automatically. And if we released these med beds to all of America, which we have the ability to, we would all live to about 200 years old. But the Democrats and the people who have hijacked this country, they don't want us to have that because they don't want to have to deal with overpopulation. Apparently a lot of these Democratic leaders like Pelosi and Biden and all of them, they harvest the adrenochrome from the blood of babies. They're called dun babies. And these dun babies were created in a lab purely for adrenochrome so these old people could live to 200-300 years old and maintain their power like the Highlander. So there was a cave, there was a mountain, and Michael Jackson, who faked his death, was instrumental in discovering where the Dunn babies were, who the Dunn babies were, rescuing the Dunn babies, and now all the Dunn babies have been rescued and they're under the mountain in Colorado. Neverland Ranch was actually, the media who's complicit in covering up all this Dunn baby stuff, they had to portray Michael Jackson as a child molester because Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch was actually a rehabilitation farm for all of the Dunn babies. You follow, right? Because it makes a lot of sense. Also, Elvis Presley is not dead. Elvis Presley faked his death to go underground because he's helping us fight the cartels. The white hats. So there's the white hats and there's the black hats. The black hats are all these corrupt Democrats and all that. And the white hats, which consist of the Trumps and the Kennedys, who are related. They're all cousins. The Trumps and the Kennedys are all related. RFK Jr. and Trump are cousins, and they're working together to free the Dunn babies and all that. So Elvis faked his death, and Elvis is actually pointing out who the drug cartels are. He helped us get El Chapo. And Elvis is actually now a pastor in Arkansas. Does anyone remember what Elvis's name is now? I can't remember. What's the pastor's name? It's like Ray or Roy something. We can go show PA divorce paralegal so he doesn't think we're all insane. So anyway, Elvis faked his death so he could get all the drug dealers. And now he's alive and he's preaching in Arkansas. And then apparently, and again, this is the way it works. My uncle told me that Bob Joyce, thank you, Bigot on Socialist Media. He's called Bob Joyce now. So apparently, like Bill Gates, George Soros, and all these guys, they're dead. You didn't know that, did you? Bill Gates, Elon Musk, all these guys, they're dead. The body doubles. Like when you see Nancy Pelosi or you see all these other mainstream Democrats out there, they've all been killed. Trump actually hanged them at Guantanamo Bay. Apparently he hanged Nancy Pelosi for treason. And before he hanged Nancy Pelosi for treason, he said, "Do you have any last words?" And she said, "Fuck you, Donald Trump." And then they hanged her for treason. This all happened. And we seize these people's assets when we assassinate them for crimes against America, for treason. And then we're going to take all those seized assets while Trump's president. We're going to pay off the national debt. And we're all going to get $1.8 million, which is probably going to do a number on inflation, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So all of these guys are dead. They're being taken over by holograms or body doubles. And Trump is apparently hanging the shit out of people at Guantanamo Bay right now. That's the long and short of it. I think we just made PA divorce paralegal a fan. Let's go. Let's catch up with these super chats and shit real quick. Fuck you, dude, with $5 says, I don't know if it's true, but if you're pardoned, you lose your Fifth Amendment right. So while Hunter may skate, he could implicate others. Doesn't need to. He's free to go. Trucker 18-wheeler with $20 says, why don't more faggot cunt retards donate for this gay show? I don't understand why either. But thank you for the $20. Very nice of you. Thank you so much. PA divorce paralegal says, oh my God, is Tupac part of this too? No, don't be ridiculous. It's fun to put the brakes on people like that. Like he's just trying to have fun, make a little joke. We're sitting here going, there's fucking dun babies and there's med beds in the mountains, and we're trying to round up all these Democrats and hang them in Guantanamo Bay so we can start the revolution and give power back to the people. And then PA divorce paralegal's like, oh, is Tupac part of this too? No, don't be weird. Come on. Let's be serious here. All right? What do you think? Should we take PA divorce paralegal to Real Raw News so that he can figure out the straight mainline shit? Let's take him there. But first, Gray Duckling with $50 says, no woman is going to beat me. I'll be the one doing the wait. Thank you very much, Gray Duckling. Holy shit, guys. We've got a tie. Gray Duckling instead. I'm going to update it right now. This is intense. Gray Duckling is tied for first with Steph at 190. They're both at 190. We have a two-way tie for first place. We got Zen Man at 125. We got 2.0 at 110. We got Red Fox Mad at 95. We've got Trucker 18-wheeler, who's now at, oh shit, hold on a minute. Trucker 18-wheeler's at 115. So Trucker 18-wheeler is in fourth place right now. That means 3 out of the top 4 are dudes. If we can get if we can get these 3 over 190 and then Red Fox Mad or Riding Dirty Llama over 190. Oh, no, Riding Dirty Llama's a chick. So, Trucker, if we can get you over 190. And Red Fox Mad over 190. And Zen Man over 190. We can have all the top 5 will be dudes. This is fun. Chad Buzamok's right. This does add a level of fun to this shit. Thank you guys very much. There's that $50. So that puts us 205 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Hey, somebody throw in a quick 10 spot. Let's get under 200 by the end of the hour. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says F Steph. Well, we didn't have to get aggressive. We didn't have to get fucking mean about it. Jesus. I was just trying to have a good time. You know what? I'll admit that got away from me. Well, I tell you what, guys, I feel like divorce paralegal is now all caught up on the Dunn babies and all of that. I feel like he's fully informed on what the deal is. Thank you very much to Zen Man with $25 over on PayPal. So that puts him at 150. Zen Man at 150. It's getting close around here. 180 away from today's goal. Of course, now let's get it down to 100 by 9 o'clock. What a goddamn Thursday. Thank you guys very, very much for your generosity. We got everything all updated now. Okay, good. Boy, between that View rant and letting PA divorce paralegal know what's up with the Dunn babies and everything else. Oh, that's right. We were going to take PA divorce paralegal to realrawnews.com. So this is what's going on in the world. Like, this is where my uncle goes to get his news, PA divorce paralegal. So I hope you're still here and paying attention, because so we've given you the history. We've given you the lore. Let's show you two more things. Let's, it would be funny. I just got a dono prompt from Real Raw News, like, keep us alive. Basically doing the steel toe thing. Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, whatever. Everything after the goal today, we give to realrawnews.com. Unless that's going to get me flagged. Bob Joyce singing. PA divorce paralegal. This is the guy that people claim is Elvis, and he's helping us smoke the cartels. So that's not Bob Joyce. That's Elvis Presley. Now, you listen to the singing, and you be the judge on whether or not this is Elvis. Look at how he's looking at that camera like, hey, don't be filming me, baby.
One, two. Oh, that's on.
Oh, shit, that's Elvis.
This is for my wife.
Oh, see, Elvis remarried. Isn't it great to know that he's still with us? PA divorce paralegal. And by the way, PA divorce paralegal, we would appreciate an apology for that Tupac comment. I mean, that was disrespectful. What the fuck, bro? Med beds for the win, homeboy. Come on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did I miss the part where that's not Elvis? $5 from Zenman Build says, if I hit 250, does that give me VIP whenever you bring it back? Yes, sir. And I really want to, we've got, I'd say half of our VIPs are taken care of, and I want to have the other half taken care of by Christmas. That's my ultimate goal. We are back in the black. We're putting money, back into shit. We've been able to send people their stuff. Some of it came back. I already wrote to Vance. I have to write to oh, God damn it. What's her name? She's the greatest. Mindy. I have to write to Mindy because their VIP stuff came back to me as well. So I got to take care of that. Zenman Build says, yes, if you hit 250, you will get a VIP. Either the old stuff, we'll order it for you and send it out, or when the new shop opens by the end of the year. Oh, I've got like 10 logos people have sent me, by the way. If you're sending me logos, send them to me today, and then I got to shut it down because I got a lot of logos to look over. I'm going to pick my favorite ones, send them to you guys. You can vote, and then we can start getting those T-shirts put together. If you can hear my voice right now, and you're on the list of VIPs to still get your shit, let me know if you want the old stuff or if you want the new stuff, and I'll let you choose. Thank you very much, Zen Man. He's at 155 now. And also, thank you very much. Sorry, Gray Duckling. Steph with $100 over on PayPal. That means Steph is at 290, and I think that means that Steph is going to win this week. I think that means that Steph is going to take the W. It also puts us $80 away from today's goal. You guys are inside of 100 before 8 o'clock. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. You guys are incredible. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says it'll be over by Christmas. Heard that one before. I'm not Dick Cheneying you. I promise. PA Divorce Paralegal says this was a hilarious way to start my day. I love hearing ridiculous conspiracy theories. And if Elvis is alive, Tupac has to be. P.S. I'm a she. Oh, I apologize, miss. I don't want to misgender anyone. What do you mean conspiracy theories? We haven't. Now, don't leave yet because we're about to show you real raw news and show you what's going on in the country. Don't you want to be educated? Dive Bar says, what's the over-under that the new shop is open by the end of the year? Definite. As a matter of fact, now I'm just going to open the shop today. And even if there's nothing in it, I'm just going to make sure the shop's open is what I'm going to do. Thank you very much. $75 away from today. Thank you, boys and girls, very, very much. All right, so here's real raw news. Let's do this so PA Divorce Paralegal can get out of here and start their day. This is where my uncle goes, and this is where I get my updates from him on what's going on in the country. So let's start with pedophile Pence interrogated at Gitmo. So, oh my God, we got a lot of... Wait, who are the red hats? I thought there were white hats and black hats. Who the fuck are the red hats? Dude, I'm still learning. Pence, Rothschild, white hats mystified by Trudeau's Mar-a-Lago visit. Oh, we can check that one out too. All right, so here's what's really going on in the country. Divorce Paralegal. Pedophile Michael Pence, which most people would make his title former vice president, but the real raw news hits different. Pedophile Michael Pence's fascination with minors, particularly young males on the threshold of puberty, dates back to at least March 2003, when he, a freshman House representative, was suddenly exposed to and corrupted by associates who had extracurricular activities and who consumed an illicit substance that exacerbated an unquenchable thirst for nubile flesh, JAG sources told Real Raw News. So now, PA Divorce Paralegal, you can tell me that I'm crazy. You can tell my uncle that he's crazy, but are you really going to refute JAG? JAG, for God's sake. As reported Sunday, U.S. Marines arrested Pence Thanksgiving night while he and unnamed male consort were enjoying a late holiday meal. Hold on. All right, cool. As reported Sunday, U.S. Marines arrested Pence Thanksgiving night while he and an unnamed male consort were enjoying a late holiday meal of jizz, charged with treason for certifying electoral votes for Biden in 2020 and sexual crimes against minors. Pence, the following day, was flown to Guantanamo Bay and placed in pretrial confinement, pending the outcome of a future military tribunal. Wow. On Monday, U.S. Navy JAG investigators interrogated a trembling Pence, despite, our source said, already having a plethora of circumstantial and physical evidence to prosecute him. One JAG source suggested that President Trump may have asked JAG to aggressively question Pence to determine the deplorable depth of his depravity. So, dude, fucking Trump was there. You didn't know this, Divorce Paralegal, did you? You can tell all your friends at work about this. RealRawNews.com. So you got Trump is there. He's interrogating Pence about kid fucking. Now, Pence, the source said, folded under pressure when told the Hang Mike Pence chants that echoed across the Capitol on January 6th would soon see fruition unless he signed a written confession detailing his crimes against the Constitution. The investigators also demanded that he name every minor he has ever molested. I hope Stearns County doesn't ask Patrick the same thing. The investigators also demanded that he name every minor, although Pence admitted he was a recovering pedo, a sickness he ascribed to peer pressure and adrenochrome injections. Oh my God, the Dunn babies. He said he hadn't in over a decade, molested a minor, and now had sex only with adult males. He's just gay. He's just gay. Adrenochrome, he said, not only made him crave same-sex relations, but also induced brain fog and temporary amnesia, and that he often had no recollection of kids. At least not until days later as the amnesia subsided. He described himself as a self-loathing homosexual who had taken a wife and had children to conceal his homosexuality from the public. He said homosexuality and adrenochrome consumption were ubiquitous across the deep state ecosphere. Guys, what am I supposed to do with this information? What am I supposed to do? Like, not believe this? They said that he said that. McBuster says Pence is clearly a reptile. What am I supposed to believe, right? Gray Duckling with $5 writes, effing bitch. New boot goofing. Yeah. Sorry, I think Steph just stepped in and big girled everybody. She took a $100 lead. Zen Man's at 155. I think him trying to chase that number one spot might be futile. And remember, you guys have Vidam crawling up your ass too, because tomorrow's Rumble Friday, and you know he's going to make a splash. He's at $25 this week, but that's going to go up. Elza Belza says, are you sure this isn't the daily NLO newsletter? I mean, it could be both. It could be both. You're right. By the way, $75 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. You guys, we had more Real Raw news stories to get to. Here we go. You may not have known this, but Colonel Kurtz's Red Hats are crediting themselves with the death of 87-year-old William Rothschild, a prominent member of the massive Jewish bankster family whose crispy corpse was found by first responders at a Los Angeles home that caught fire Wednesday afternoon. Well, that was a bad Wednesday for bankers, huh? Or no, that was healthcare, United Healthcare. He wasn't a banker guy. Although might as well have been. They're just as evil. At 4:30 Wednesday, fire crews responding to the blaze pulled the charred remains of an elderly man from the 825-square-foot woodsy home that lacked the garish opulence of typical Rothschild's residence. Although authorities have yet to comment on the case of the inferno that took 45 firefighters 35 minutes to extinguish, a source in General Smith's office told Real Raw News that Red Hats doused the house in kerosene and set it afire after beating the shit out of Rothschild as he lay in bed. Beat the shit out of an 87-year-old man and then set him on fire? These people do not fuck around. Dude, if Real Raw News is actually accurate, this world is way fucking scarier than I thought. Our source said Kurtz neither notified nor sought consent from White Hats prior to the killing, but proudly accepted responsibility when the inferno became a matter of public record. So I guess the Red Hats are like a more extreme, murderous version of the White Hats. I didn't take this action because William Rothschild was a greedy Jew. What the fuck? We took matters into our hands because the man was a lifelong pedo who'd been molesting kids with impunity for a half century. I thought you said you didn't kill him because he was a greedy Jew. All right, well, there you go. Real Raw News reporting that William Rothschild had his ass kicked and his house set on fire. And that's what now we're all caught up on Real Raw News for today. Das Optic Nerve says Colonel Kurtz from Apocalypse Now. Yeah, apparently so. Apparently so. I didn't even know. Oh, shit. Thank you very much. Let's go to this text. Oh, it's not a... Oh, here's a logo. Oh, great. Somebody sent us a potential logo. I don't think that would... I'm not going to go with... I don't think that's necessary to be our new logo. That makes me look ridiculous. And a man in my position can't afford to be made to look ridiculous. McBuster says Husey needs to get away from Melton. Not a good look. No, I don't... Look, I don't dislike Husey. but I always kind of thought Husey was one of those people who had a little bit of integrity. And it pains me to say this because I don't dislike the guy. But if you're going to talk to people who have talked about fucking my children, I don't. He DM'd me yesterday. He's like, "Will you come on the show? Hey, you can come on the show anytime." I won't be on a screen with Husey ever again. That's just. I get needing views. I get needing clout. But like, when you're talking about a guy who regularly talks about fucking kids, even though it's internet and it's all, you do have to draw a line somewhere. And for me, and not look, I'm not saying everyone has to draw the same line I do. Other people, if Husey's totally cool with people talking about fucking other people's kids, that he's not doing anything illegal, he's not breaking any laws. He can have different lines than I have. But for me, that's a line. So I don't think Husey needs me. I certainly don't need Husey. So he's let him operate his channel however he sees fit. Speaking of the United Healthcare CEO thing, we learned a lot more yesterday after the show went off the air. This apparently was a targeted deal. Now, I guess we could have theorized that, but apparently this was not just a random guy shooting someone and it turned out to be the head of United Healthcare. This was somebody who knew who the head of United Healthcare was. It probably had some kind of beef with the healthcare industry or this company in particular, and took action. Oh, hold on. We got some videos and shit here. I don't think we can play them on YouTube. The perp's first shot looks to have hit 50-year-old United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson somewhere in the upper left leg or lower back. You can see him start limping and stagger into the wall. After that, the perp's pistol jammed, which could be an issue with the gun, ammo, or the suppressor he was using, or because suppressed handguns can sometimes fail to return the slide to battery if they're fired too quickly. The killer then cleared at least one more misfire on a busy New York City street outside the Hilton Midtown right before rush hour, put two more bullets into Thompson, then casually walked away. So this was an ice cold, this was a professional deal, I think. This was either a hired hit or just like an assassin, a guy who has experience, because he walked up, shot the guy once, cleared a misfire, cleared a jam, fired two more times, had the suppressor on there already, and then just walked away. Thompson had reportedly received threats leading up to the morning of the murder. I mean, I can only imagine, right? I mean, you're the head of not only are you the head of a healthcare company, but you're head of, this was no accident. United Healthcare is number one in terms of rejected claims. They deny more people than any other healthcare company. So you make a lot of enemies when you do shit like that. This might be like an extreme John Q type situation. Apparently Brian Thompson's wife spoke out yesterday. We have some clips of that. Hold on real quick. Jersey David 99 with $2 says, do you need a Sonny Hostin type disclaimer to read Real Raw News? I don't know. I mean, they get away with it. Like, they don't get sued. So I don't know how maybe it's because people don't take them seriously enough. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Commissioner.
This is
the information I'm about to give you is preliminary as our investigation is continuing. This morning at 6:46 a.m., patrol officers from Midtown North Precinct responded to a 911 call of a person shot in front of the Hilton Hotel located at 1335 Avenue of the Americas. This is between West 53rd Street and West 54th Street.
God, he had a fucking rich guy's wife, that's for sure. Holy shit.
At 6:48 a.m., officers arrive and find the victim, Brian R. Thompson, a 50-year-old male, on the sidewalk in front of the Hilton with gunshot wounds to his back and leg. Mr. Thompson was removed by EMS to Roosevelt Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at 7:12 a.m. Mr. Thompson is the CEO of United Healthcare and resides in Minnesota.
Oh, shit, that's right. Yeah, he's a Maple Grove guy, too. I forgot to tell you that. We lost one of our own yesterday. Not that he and I probably had a lot in common. unless he's a big bags thrower. But, look, this shit like this, you wonder when it happens. You're like, is this the start of something? Like, you start, I'll say this, like, I'm not endorsing this. I'm not saying this was a good, like, murder is wrong, blah, 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 obviously. But a lot of times when, these really wealthy CEO types are criticized, or when these wealthy CEO types, people call out how corrupt and awful, like the health insurance industry is, they don't care. They just keep doing business and they make a shitload of money. There's only two things that make these guys change, and that is a fall in profits or fear for their safety. And it made, like, when I saw it yesterday and it was clear that this was targeted, I was like, is this going to, like, if this keeps happening, does this force that industry to change? Because you start targeting these fucking CEOs and you're going to cause a panic pretty fucking quick. They shouldn't do it. That's not a good thing. But, like, didn't it run across your mind? It's like, is somebody, like, starting, like, what's the Guy Fawkes mask? Is someone starting, like, a V for Vendetta thing? Is there some Frank Castle shit going on here? Like, you targeted a health insurance CEO, but it's the only health insurance CEO that's targeted. I guarantee that the other big insurance company CEOs are going to be having increased security for the foreseeable future.
Detectives from Night Watch, Midtown North Detective Squad, and Manhattan South Homicide responded to the scene and began their investigation. What we know is that the shooter arrived at the location on foot about 5 minutes prior to the victim's arrival. He stands alongside the building line as numerous other people and pedestrians pass him by. From video, we see at 6:44 a.m., the victim is walking alone towards the Hilton after exiting his hotel across the street. We believe the victim was headed to the Hilton Hotel to attend the United Health Group Investors Conference that was scheduled to start at 8 a.m.
Ah, shit, I thought he was caught trying to fuck somebody. There was no scandal.
The shooter appears to be a light-skinned male. He's wearing a light brown or cream-colored jacket, a black face mask, black and white sneakers, and a very distinctive gray backpack.
I'll say this. That's how you also know that this was a targeted thing and that this guy had a specific guy he was going to take out. Streets in New York, early in the morning, white guy shoots another white guy in the back with a silencer on a pistol. That's not really, in fairness, that's not really New York City's style when it comes to their homicides.
The shooter steps onto the sidewalk from behind the car. He ignores numerous other pedestrians.
What a dick, huh? I didn't know what to think of this shooter at first, but now I find out that he had total disregard for other pedestrians. Asshole. Am I right?
Shoots the victim from behind and shoots him in the back. The shooter then walks toward the victim and continues to shoot. It appears that the gun malfunctions as he clears the jam and begins to fire again. The shooter then flees on foot northbound into an alleyway between 54th Street and 55th Street. Once at West 55th Street, the shooter continues to walk westbound on Avenue of the Americas, where he gets onto an electric e-city bike and rides northbound on the Avenue of Americas towards Central Park, where at 6:48 a.m., we have the shooter riding this bike into Central Park at Center Drive.
How fucking hardcore is that? You shoot a guy with a silencer on a pistol, then you ride a bicycle. It's like, they don't usually have that in movies. They don't have a guy fucking caps up. They don't have, like, the professional cold-blooded assassin show up, murder a guy, and then hop on a Huffy and go, all right, let's put this one into third gear, this one into sixth gear. All right, this is a pleasant downhill ride.
At the scene, we recover 3 live 9mm rounds and 3 discharged 9mm shell casings. The motive for this murder currently is unknown, but based on the evidence we have so far, it does appear that the victim was specifically targeted.
Yeah.
But at this point, we do not know why.
So it was either somebody was hired, because it does almost look like a professional hit deal. Either somebody was hired or somebody had a beef with United Healthcare or the health insurance industry in general, and they, they fucking acted. Fuck you, dude, with $1 says suppressed handguns running subsonic ammo don't have enough power to cycle, usually used by professionals to keep the noise down. So you're thinking this could have been a pro hit. Vadam with $5. Brian Thompson was facing a Department of Justice probe for insider trading. Oh, okay. There's another conspiracy we can go with on this United Healthcare thing. Maybe this was an inside job. Maybe this was a hit from other people in the insurance industry. This could have been an inner mafia hit. If this guy was going down, look, these scumbags who are doing insider trading, they don't go down. And they certainly don't go down alone. You get caught, you're going to sing like a fucking canary so you can keep your life and your money and your big-titted wife. I mean, she is a cutie. But like, you're not just going to, cop a plea and go to jail. So that's interesting. Insider trading. He could have been hit by... Look, this story has the ability to get really, really juicy really, really quick. $2 from Jersey David says, you're being promoted to CEO of United Healthcare. No, I'm good. Yeah, right? Hey, man, congratulations. You want to be the new CEO? Fuck no. If I'm the new CEO of United Healthcare, I've got a new policy on day one. A, I negotiate my golden parachute. If the company ever goes bankrupt, I get like $20 million, right? Second thing I do is I go, we're approving every health insurance claim until we run out of money. Say yes to everybody. I become yes man at this point. I ain't getting fucking killed. Anonymous says, Aaron, this is very simple. The guy's wife hired a hitman. I gotta find more pictures. Was it Brian Thompson wife? Images? Yeah. There's our girl. She is fucking delicious, this one. She is not bad at all. Wait, who the fuck is this? It's not the same lady. Hashtag not my Brian Thompson's wife. Take off the sunglasses, sweetheart. You have such nice eyes. You have kind eyes. Especially, like, how old is she? She's a good-looking older woman. Holy shit. That's not them. That's a different Brian Johnson. But that Brian Johnson has a cute wife, too. Jesus Christ, look at the size of his hands and look at the size of her. She's dead. All right, that's enough. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says the CEO wasn't a Jew and they wanted a Jew. Well, isn't that lovely? The conspiracy theories are all over the place. All right, so what do we have for the conspiracy theories so far for the CEO of United Healthcare? We have either somebody got fucked over on a claim and they wanted the guy gone and because it hurt one of their family members. Insider trading and his own people in his own industry had him smoked, or wife hit, says Anonymous. Those are the theories that we're operating with so far. Derek from Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Of course, if you're looking for personal protection, because you might be a CEO, hunting, home protection, sport shooting, whatever you're looking for, Midland Armory has it. Midlandarmory.com. Since he's in the chat, not doing this because it's the United Healthcare story. Just throwing Derek a little promo there. Midlandarmory.com. Says they sure got all that video footage quick. Las Vegas shooting. Sorry, didn't see anything. Right. Well, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, after all, it's just the Las Vegas Strip. There's not a lot of cameras. Papa Shab says Aaron already wants to fuck the dead guy's wife. I probably would have wanted to fuck the guy's wife when he wasn't dead. I mean, in defense of myself. I've got a reputation. That's enough, guys. God damn it, that's enough. Helgi says he was a good guy about to be a whistleblower, so the bad guys whacked him. Well, was he a good guy? He was a guy who was in deep shit and he was going to probably rat. I don't know if that makes you a good guy. Approachable says, whoa, Aaron, what the fuck? He's got big hands. She's dead. Do you just assume husbands beat wives and that's normal? Projecting much? No, I was going with more of like a fingering, fisting type of thing. Like that guy with those giant hands, he finger pops that chick. She's, I mean, splitting firewood at that point. Not to mention let's not talk about other people's dicks. All right, that's enough. You've already backed me into a corner. Are you happy? Ablo Pacheco says the family requested privacy. I informed that their request is being processed and we should have a response within 7 to 10 days. That's a funny, dark healthcare humor. Chico Kina says it was a matter of time before the cops got to Stacks. Yeah. That's true. Zen Man Builds with $1 says, my uncle told me that the CEO was killed because he was releasing med beds for all. Oh, my God. I should talk to my uncle about this. I bet you my uncle knows something about this guy. I bet you if I talk to my uncle, he'll let us know that this guy was in with the med beds and all of that stuff. And oh, man. How was I supposed to know? I didn't. I had no idea. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. I appreciate it. $70 away from today's goal. That's it. Just $70 away. The standings got a little out of hand today. Gray Duckling made a move at the top spot and pulled in for a tie with Steph. So Steph told him to go fuck himself and got to $290. Yikes. Zen Man Builds made a move at the top. He went up to $155 to no avail. Red Fox Mad went up to $95. Future still hanging in there. Or 2.0, I'm sorry. Hanging in there at 110. You got Riding Dirty Llama at 100. A lot of shifting going on this morning, which has been great for the goal. Elza Belza says, are you going to tell your therapist about today's episode? I don't know. I went on some good political rants. We talked about real raw news and now the United Healthcare story. Finish the Wall says, this is why Ashton judges you harshly. You have evil thoughts. It's fine. It's understandable. I judge no man's judgment, shall we say. This was one I wanted to do real quick. This is just kind of sad. You know, America, we forget how young of a country America is. You know, like we see something that's 100 years old, like 100 years of the NFL, and we're like, holy shit, NFL's been around forever. Or like my great-great-great-great-grandparents opened this business in 1872. And you're like, wow, it's 150 years old. That's fucking bananas. And you realize like how short of a time we've been around, because you go to Europe and they're like, here's a cathedral that was built in the 1100s. And you're like, motherfucker. And like, you want to preserve that stuff. You don't want to see it go away. That's what makes stories like this very, very sad. The oldest meat and fish markets in London, which date back 850 years, are facing permanent closure from 2028. Smithfield is the largest wholesale meat market in the UK and one of the biggest in Europe. The current iteration of the market has been trading at the site since the 1860s. Prior to that, it was a livestock market, which dated back to the medieval period. We're talking like fucking damn near bubonic plague, this Smithfield market. Work has already begun on turning this site into a new cultural and commercial hub, which includes the new London Museum. So they're going to plow over an 850-year-old company's market so that they can put in some fucking bullshit cultural diversity commercial hub. So you can sell spices that no Briton actually wants. Lovely. Awesome. This is why, by the way, the UK is falling the fuck apart and nobody gives a shit anymore. They're taking, this is something that if you talk to people in especially like England, you talk to an Englishman and they'll tell you, they're like, our culture is being fucking run over. Like English culture, one of the oldest cultures in the world, is just being run the fuck out of town. And it's all just to appease migrants. That's it. Like, could you imagine, like, it is kind of weird that when it's like European culture, it doesn't fucking matter. But if it's like Mayan or Incan, you know, oh, we have to preserve what's left of it. But if you go like that's the weirdest thing is like you go into England, you move into their country and you just get to upend their culture. That's fucking insane. Where is it written that you can just do that? Oh, the Quran. That's right. This is Smithfield's Market in London.
It is 1:11 a.m. in the morning. I'm just locking my Smithfields. It's actually the UK's largest wholesale meat supplier and one of Europe's largest supplier of meats. This is a place I believe Eddie, the guy that does the egg and all, the Eggman.
I have no idea what the fuck this guy's talking about.
I don't want to get a ticket, that's what I mean. So I'm going to breeze in and breeze out, but I'll make the most of it. So we're coming to the entrance of Smithfield's Market, Meat Market. Now, just as you have Billingsgate, that's for fish, you have the Smithfields, that's for meat. And it's quite big, I ain't gonna lie, it's way bigger than Billingsgate, way, way bigger. That's the time over there, 2 a.m.
Yeah, this is all Smithfields. This isn't like, hey, here's the strip mall that Smithfield is. This is all theirs.
They've got an entrance by the left, and they've also got an entrance by the right. Now, I already know what I want. I want rib eye steak, and some other meat stuff. But yeah, let's see what they have here. So this shows gate 8.
So you go in, and it's just meat counters as far as the eye can see.
My second time visiting Smithfield's Meat Market. Now, based on my prior experience of visiting this place, I already knew the meats I wanted. The good thing about this place is they've got any kind of meat you could think of available here.
They're gonna tear this down, and they're gonna put a cultural center and a museum in here.
Unlike the butchers we have in our regular markets, you could buy any quantity you want. There's no minimum price, and the meats are very, very affordable. Another good thing about this place is that, you know how you see in movies where you have like half butchered cows hanging upside down? You could see that here too, and you could pick the parts.
So you can see like the shit that Rocky Balboa punches. I don't know if that's appetizing for everyone. It's like, hey, one of the great things about this is you can see fucking half butchered cows hanging upside down. It's like, well, I mean, all right, I guess if you're hardcore, that's great. But it's really sad to see shit like that. Stuff that's been around for 850 years. We're talking 1100s. Like literally Genghis Khan was running roughshod over the world when that company started. The bubonic plague was just wiping motherfuckers out. I believe Vikings were still going to town. And if you know anything about the Vikings, they were not very nice to the English. So Smithfield survived all of that stuff, and they're still in business. And now in 2024, hey, we have to put a cultural center in here. Oh, wait a minute. It already is a cultural center. Smithfield's Meat Market is a cultural center. If this were in the United States, there's no doubt about it. It would be a protected historic monument. Like, where did this idea come from that we shouldn't preserve Western culture? That we have to build a cultural hub? What? Fucking London already is a cultural hub. Just walk the streets. Do you think Englishmen need to be reminded that there's a lot of cultural diversity? I think they get the point. J. Brock Contrarian says there's a song called Time Marches On. This seems appropriate. I mean, look, businesses go out of business, but that's not what's happening here. They're just removing it because the government wants to put in a cultural center and a museum. Fuck that. Los Federales with $1 says, you know what pisses me off? How people idolize Tupac and dick ride him like he was Jesus Christ. In reality, he was just another statistic in the black community. He had a couple good songs. That was it. Jesus. Why are we going so hard on Tupac? He wasn't even 85 years old. This place was 850. Christ. Well, we know that Los Federales is no Tupac guy. That's for sure. Los Federales, anything else you want to get off your chest today? Was he really a statistic in the black community? A lot of black men killed on the strip in Las Vegas after a Tyson fight? I didn't know that. I had no idea. I'm just a little floored. I don't know where the fuck that came from. All right. Speaking of things that have probably been around a little too long, MSNBC has posted yet another critical ratings low. This is so sad. I feel so bad because much like Smithfield's meat market, I believe that we need to keep MSNBC alive as a testament to American history. MSNBC had its worst day of ratings in 20 years. Now, they've been having problems since before Trump was elected, but they really started having problems after Joe and Mika told the world that, hey, you know what? We're going to go and see Donald, or no, not we're going to go. We went and saw Trump at Mar-a-Lago. And we went and talked and we smoothed everything over and we're totally cool. Now, this is after years of Joe and Mika telling their audience that this guy's Hitler, this guy's a worm, this guy's evil, this guy's terrible. So after that, a lot of the MSNBC fans that liked them because they hated Trump said, well, we're getting the fuck out of here. You guys don't really hate Trump. This was all smoke and mirrors. This was all propaganda. So they left and the ratings went down and they didn't get any Trump people going, oh, this Joe and Mika aren't so bad. Why don't we go and join them? Well, that has managed to send MSNBC into a complete tailspin. According to a ratings report, MSNBC managed only 38,000 average demo viewers. That's 20 people 25 to 54. 38,000 people on average. 25 to 54 watched MSNBC. Its lowest non-holiday performance in 2 decades. A variety of MSNBC programs hit all-time lows on Tuesday as the 11th Hour with Stephanie Rule, who? And Jose Diaz-Balart reports, the fuck? Had their smallest audiences ever among total viewers. And Chris Jansing reports, I mean, how are you not killing it in the ratings with these fucking giants that you've got on the air? You mean we've got Stephanie Rule, Jose Diaz-Balart, and Chris Jansing, and we can't pull numbers? Christ. They also had Deadline White House and Katie Tur reports. Now, Katie Tur is famous for having a trans mom. Trans dad, mom. Katie Tur's now mother. How does that work if you transition into a chick? Because it's Zoe Tur now. And her daughter now has a job at MSNBC hosting a show. But Zoe Tur was famous back when she was a guy. She was in the helicopter that filmed the Bronco chase, the O.J. Simpson Bronco chase. That was Zoe Tur. But I don't know what Zoe Tur's name was back, I don't know what the dead name was. But her daughter now has a show on MSNBC, and it's going fucking aces. Multiple MSNBC programs have lost more than half their audience since the election day when comparing demo viewership to last year's averages. The 11th Hour with Stephanie Rule, All In with Chris Hayes, Chris Jansing reports, Inside with Jen Psaki, which the word with, very important in that sentence. The Rachel Maddow Show and Joy Reid's Readout all shed at least 50% of its audience among adults 25 to 54 since Trump's victory. Wow. You mean people didn't want to listen to the liberal bitching block after the election? You don't say. Well, I mean, Rachel Maddow, how is she still hanging in there? Joy Reid is one of the most unlikable people in all of television. Like, forget media, all of television. Jake Paul is more likable than Joy Reid. I think they should probably just rebuild that whole primetime and keep Psaki and put her on either the earliest or the latest show, not like the primetime ones. Everyone else can go. I got to think that Rachel Maddow makes a fortune. You could save a shitload of money by cutting her loose. Rachel Maddow salary. Holy fuck. $30 million a year? She signed a contract in 2021 that boosted her $7 million annual salary to $30 million. Get her the fuck out of there. She's drawing dick. Well, she's a lesbian. She's not drawing. It's a figure of speech, but $30 million a year and you're posting your lowest ratings in 20 years? How is she not gone now? Other than you definitely guaranteed the money like a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Patrick Bet-David reported on this. Let's get some details.
In your CNN and MSNBC, you're at a point that you're okay losing to Fox. You're at a point that you're okay losing to Rogan.
Well, they've been losing to Fox for 20 years. That's nothing new.
At a point that you may even okay losing to other podcasters, right? You know, election night, some people are putting more numbers than you are. We did that on election night. You're like, listen, those guys are amateurs. We're pros. We built the Titanic. The amateurs are building the Joe Rogan Experience, the PBD podcast, all this other stuff. But these are amateurs.
It's not a fair comparison, though, is it? Because, like, you can appeal directly to your audience for subscriptions and donations and shit like that. And also, the overhead on a Patrick Bet-David show is minuscule compared to one of the biggest problems that traditional media has is that they can't be very nimble. They're a fucking glacier because you have all this equipment, all this overhead, all of this staff. You know, traditional media can survive. That's the weirdest thing, is that as successful as podcasts are, there's no barrier to entry and it's scattered. Like, you're not going to have like old Howard Stern numbers or, you know, Bill O'Reilly's old numbers and shit like that, because there's 5 or 6 Patrick Bet-Davids and they all have big audiences. And then there's only one Joe Rogan. We'll admit that. But like, it's all kind of, there's no barrier to entry, so anybody can kind of grab a following, right? Whereas with traditional media, there's only a set number of channels and there's only a set number of radio stations. I've said this many times. Radio and television can survive and thrive in the age of the podcast. But what they have to do is downsize, and the talents have to be Swiss Army knives. They have to do multiple things. I hate to say it. And if you're a hater of Steel Toe, you're going to despise me for this. But again, that's a you problem, not a me problem. The way I did it in morning radio is that's the blueprint for how radio is going to survive. Why shouldn't personalities be doing sales and creative and marketing? Why shouldn't they? That's your job anyway. You're on the air, you're selling yourself, you're creating, you're marketing yourself. I mean, do you have any idea how much fucking money that's going to save radio companies? They can be incredibly profitable and incredibly popular. But they won't do that because that's not the way it's done. Well, the way it's done is dead. It's over with. TV and radio are not being beaten by podcasting. TV and radio are being beaten by themselves. They can streamline this shit at any time. They can rip the Band-Aid off, take the temporary pain, and be competitive again. But they refuse. They want to keep doing it the old way. They look down on podcasts. They look down on streaming. They look down on all this stuff, and they go, well, these guys do it wrong. Well, when MSNBC is posting its lowest numbers ever, and you're paying Rachel Maddow $30 million, they're not doing it wrong. You are. And by the way, there's a shitload of personalities who are podcasters who have a bigger audience than MSNBC does. You could scoop them up for $2-3 million a year, put them on primetime, and they'd be a huge success. You could save 27, 28. Do you know how many of these podcasters who are doing well would love it if a company would buy them up and they didn't have to run it anymore and all they had to do was their show? Oh, they'd love that. But TV doesn't want to do that. Radio doesn't want to do that. They want to stick to their old ways because they look down their noses at podcasts and they go, oh, you do it more simple than we do? Well, we're a lot more professional outfit. I don't know. PBD podcast looks good. Young Turks look good. Rogan looks good. And Rogan runs a skeleton operation. It's him and Jamie running that thing. You don't need much.
But imagine you wake up one day and your producer comes to you and says, guys, what? Hallmark just beat us. Bro, what are you talking about? Hallmark just beat us. Tell me nobody's written that article yet. Bro, they wrote it already. That's bullshit. No. Hallmark? They make cars.
Hallmark beat CNN and MSNBC in viewers last week. I mean, I know it's Christmas season and they got all their Christmas movies and shit on, but that's still... That's still really fucking embarrassing. That's really bad. Sam Show says they should just fire everybody and put up someone's nephew with a microphone on YouTube. Why bother with all this flashy shit? Well, exactly. They could cut so many costs and still look pretty good. Mainstream media won't change. They will continue lying and blaming everyone but themselves. Here's the TV and radio don't understand that they have all the advantages because podcasting can't do what radio and television does. They don't have access to the stations and the channels and the networks. They don't have the built-in reach. But radio and television can do what podcasting does. So it's literally flipping a switch, embracing streaming, embracing using multiple platforms, and you can kick these guys' ass anytime you want. But you're going to have to put on quality programming. You can't just keep shoveling the same old slop at people. That's the other problem. There's so many people out there doing it independently that are just more entertaining to watch than Rachel Maddow. But Rachel Maddow's a good soldier. She'll do what we say. Well, you're going to have to drop that because people can smell that from a mile away that you're carrying water. They want authenticity. They want the real person. So this idea that whether it's CNN or MSNBC or these other places can survive long term by just doing what they've always been doing, no, it's going to fail. And you can't say like, hey, TV is going to be old hat because people don't want to change the station and shit like that. Really? Why do people have Hulu Live? Why do people have YouTube TV? Why do people still like watching live television? Especially like you're never going to replace live television because you'll always have live sports and you'll always have like debates and shit like that. People want to watch live. So TV and radio, if they would just get over their pride, could jump right into the digital media age and compete, no problem. But you have to get better personalities. You have to streamline the production. You have to fire a shitload of people. And you have to meet these people on their turf. Because, again, if you go into digital media head first, you still have the advantage of having radio stations and television networks that have their own reach as well. So you can double dip. They don't want to do that. They see this as dirty. They see this as bad. Los Federales with $1 says, you know what else pisses me off? Young white girls with Tupac t-shirts. They were still in their dad's nutsack when dad got shot, and they know they're going to end up 16 and pregnant by some black dude. Jesus Christ, Los Federales is on one today. W-Man with $5 says, whenever I watch these old format shows, I always want to super chat them. Imagine if they adopted that kind of format. Yes. Like, when MSNBC and CNN have YouTube live streams of like debates or anything like that, they honestly would rake, they have like tens of thousands of people watching at a time. They would do very well. Like, imagine we have a presidential debate and you can super chat in questions, and then MSNBC and CNN now have a direct line to the American people to ask these presidential candidates what they what they want to hear, rather than the mainstream media going, we're going to decide the questions. People super chat them in. You'd make a killing. You'd make a fortune. But they don't want to do that because they see that as beneath them. Well, I'm sorry. You're getting your lowest ratings in 20 years, asshole. Nothing's beneath you at this point. Here's a clip of Joy Reid. God, she is fucking ugly. This is a clip of Joy Reid, and the caption on Twitter of it is, MSNBC, why are our ratings so bad? Now, first of all, just having her on television is ratings poison, but let's check it out.
These are the people who say the undocumented, who they get to call illegal immigrants, like the Pilgrims had permission to come here.
I love that excuse. Bitch, we ain't pilgrims. There ain't no Nina, Pinta, and the Santa Maria. All right? We didn't. We're not fucking sitting here, you know, just like on rickety ships with sails coming in. Stop with the, hey, remember that thing 500 years ago? Aren't we just like that? No.
have to suffer the consequences of their actions, right? They made the choice to overstay their visas or come into our country illegally.
Hey, if the Native Americans would have had a fucking civilization that included, the fucking wheel yet, which they did not have when we got here, if they would have had a fucking civilization and a government that had fucking rules about illegal immigration and they could enforce them, then yeah, the Pilgrims would have been thrown the fuck out. But guess what? They were nomadic tribesmen. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. So sorry with your Pilgrims bullshit. Sorry we built a civilization. And by we, I mean humans. Sorry that a civilization was built and rules were developed and shit was constructed. And now you have to follow those rules.
Legally. So if they get deported, consequences.
Right.
But you right-wingers shouldn't have to suffer the consequences of your votes?
What? You understand I have a settlement conference on Wednesday? What are you fucking talking about?
You don't want to be around me because I voted for fascism. No fair. I'm coughing on you with COVID, but you want me to wear a mask for your safety? No fair.
COVID is as dead as the Indians. What the fuck are you talking about?
My body, my choice. Well, here's an alternative thought.
Okay.
Make your own dinner, MAGA. Make your own sandwiches. Wipe your...
Cool. All right, we will. Yeah, that's right, MAGA people. If you don't stop doing shit I don't like, I won't be around you anymore. Oh, no. Well, look what we done did. Joy Reid doesn't want to be around us anymore. Guys, I think we really fucked up here.
Your own tears. Troll amongst yourselves with Elon and leave us alone. You got...
What? Leave you alone? You think we're bothering you? You think we're going to the places you want to be and making those places untenable? Really? Between people who associate more with MAGA than they do with lefties, you think those are the people who are being intrusive and obnoxious? To paraphrase Kevin Brennan, wow.
Your heart's desire, the president you dreamed of, and worship instead of Jesus. And this time you...
They worship him instead of Jesus? I'm pretty sure. Look, man, I'm not a statistician, but I'm almost positive that there is a high crossover rate of liking Donald Trump and being a Jesus guy. Christ. No pun intended.
You didn't even have to storm the Capitol, smash the windows, or try to kill police officers or issue death threats to poll workers. See? You did it just by voting this time. Congrats. You got...
Yeah, I can't imagine why this stinky cunt of a network has a shitty audience. We've got someone throwing their election temper tantrum just live on television a month after.
Your way. And he even got away with breaking the law. Yay.
Like his son. Or like the current guy's son.
But if you expect the 73 million who voted for the prosecutor, not the felon, and particularly...
Wait, hold on. What number did you say? 73 million? Hey, what'd the last guy get? You know, the old fuck that you guys kicked out? 80? Wow. That's big. That's a huge difference. What happened, guys? Was it post-menopausal whinging like this that maybe caused us to go, maybe these people aren't the people we want to hang out with?
The 92% of black women who voted for Kamala to give you a cookie for your vote, a trophy, a hug, a high five. You might...
No, we just want to run the country. That's it. We're not asking for shit from you, actually. I mean, this is fun to watch.
Be asking too much. If we want to eat with you, we will. But if we just want some peace over the holidays and we don't want to put up with your trolling while we eat our tofurkey, get over it. Stop acting like we owe you. And for God's sakes, stop whining. It's embarrassing. Our Thanksgiving. Our choice.
None of us invited you. We're not whining. We're Have you seen us lately? We're positively dizzied about what's going on with the Trump thing. Like, honest to God, I've compared it before. Trump derangement syndrome and steel-toe derangement syndrome are the exact same thing. Joy Reid is Patrick Melton going like, why do we bother you so much? You don't. We laugh at you, and it's fun. Why aren't you more angry? Why don't you respond more? Because we're just watching you rage out. It's fun. Leave us alone. We do. I don't know. You came to me. I didn't come to you. Let us have our own Thanksgiving. Fine. There's not going to be any food left when you're done anyway. So Joy Reid wants us all to leave them alone. Now, wait a minute. Did Joy Reid just say that she doesn't want us eating meals together? Is she proposing that perhaps, like, let's say if we're having lunch, that maybe the lunch counter that she eats at should be separate from the lunch counter that we eat? Is that what she's trying to? Wow, I think that's a little racist, if you ask me. I feel a bit aggressed against, if I could say so myself. Royston S. Bailey says, does Joy Reid have a condition, or is her lack of hair some kind of a woke statement? Yes. That is the answer to your question. Yes. No, I don't think she has a condition, unless her political position is a condition. John Jamingo. I'm glad I caught this one. Sometimes the chat moves a little fast. I don't catch them all when I come back. John Jamingo says, is Michael Clark Duncan upset again? Well, what she's trying to say, John Jamingo, is that's the way it is every day. That's the way it is all over the world. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says, isn't radio still the most listened to thing even these times? Mersh doesn't think that. Yes, I still believe, I think it's the most consumed media there is. How many people listen to, or no, what percentage? It's like, it was 90% a few years ago. I think it's gone down. What percentage of people listen to radio? 91% of U.S. adults 18 and older listen to radio each month. Radio is the most popular form of media in the United States, surpassing television and podcasts. It's a powerful medium for advertisers as it's easy to reach specific demos. So 91% of U.S. adults listen to radio each month. What percentage of people listen to podcasts? 53% of Americans 18 plus listen monthly to podcasts. That number goes down to 90 million Americans weekly, and only 62% of Americans have ever listened to a podcast. And you got to think podcast, it's peaked. I mean, this is it. 53. So, yeah, I mean, I've always said that I'm the guy who kind of came from outside the internet bubble. So a lot of times I seem outnumbered by a lot of these people who have sadly only lived in that internet bubble. But I am kind of the pilgrims coming to teach you Native Americans about the wheel. Like, just because I have information that you haven't heard before doesn't make mine wrong. I mean, the data is clear. Where I come from, it's cornbread and chicken. Where I come from, there's more people than where I am now. That people are like, why do you want to get back on the radio so bad? Because this is the fucking, what we're doing, guys, is the minor leagues. Whether you're, name any streamer, named any podcast you want, we're in the minors. If you want to be around where the most people are, it's still radio. Dive Bar says, I experienced hate because I tell people I wrote in Adolf Hitler. Well, that's going to happen. Sam, I love Sam Show's response to Joy Reid. You called me. Isn't that lefties in a nutshell, though? Like, you answer your phone, you're like, hello? I don't want you to eat near me. I don't want you to be around me. I want you to take your Trump shit somewhere else. And I don't even have you saved in my phone, bro. A lot of mean things being said about Joy Reid in the chat. A lot of mean things. Someone said Mersh doesn't think that about radio. It's a simple Google search. Put down the fucking dab pen for 5 seconds, you junkie, and just fucking look it up. John Jamingo says that was obviously written by a radio person. Well, that's the other thing you can say is you can say, like, oh, consider the source, right? But think about it. You've got, number one, you've got year-round football, baseball, basketball, hockey. A lot of people listen to the radio for that stuff. But yeah, I mean, you can't get mad at just the numbers. That's just the way it is. You know, people who try to bend the data to their way of thinking versus letting the data tell them what's going on, that's an insecurity thing. Like, yeah, it behooves me to say, oh, podcasts are way more popular than radio. Podcasts are way bigger than TV. They're way bigger than all that shit. But if I look up the data, that's clearly not true, and I'd just be sitting there being wrong. And I don't want to look like an asshole that way. I'll look like an asshole in other ways. Name any radio show host. Never heard of it. Charlemagne the God. I'm pretty sure the biggest guy. I think Preston and Steve are still pretty big out east. Rover is still pretty big in Cleveland. Who are those? There's a couple guys in LA that are still doing really well. And KFan, the sports station here in Minnesota, is like one of the biggest sports talk stations in the country. It's one of the biggest out there. They do a really good job, too. Klopogram says, Aaron, you're missing out on a great Piers Morgan show. It's going to wreck you. What is it? I have a Piers Morgan clip today coming up. Is it the one I'm thinking of? Is it the Destiny clip? We got a Destiny Piers Morgan clip. By the way, that Destiny thing, that didn't slow him down a beat. That video thing, that did nothing to him. I mean, if you want to know just how not real and just how fake and gay the internet is, Destiny had a video leak where I'm pretty sure he was sucking cock. I haven't seen the thing. But Destiny had a video come out where he was sucking cock and he's just all systems go. Just totally fine. That's wild, man. And I think a lot of it's because a lot of us heard, oh, Destiny was sucking dick. And we're like, yeah, it checks out. Makes sense. They're listening to the radio, not the morning shows, you stupid prick. No, they're listening to they love the morning show. They're not listening to the morning shows now. They will eventually. See, I agree with John Jamingo here. He says podcasters do everything, host, producer, and market. And that's the way it should be. If radio would embrace that, host, producer, marketer, all one guy, they would make way more fucking money and they could be competitive. Sports talk radio and news talk radio are the two biggest, most listened to types of radio in the country. And probably always will be now because people don't. One thing that radio is dead for, I'll agree with you guys, radio's dead for music. Radio is absolutely dead for music. Let's go to, John Jamingo says, I live outside of Philly. I never listened to Preston and Steve. But you've heard of them. I've never listened to Preston and Steve either, but I know who they are. Landers says cable television is dead. Maybe the cable television company like the service, but they also probably provide your internet. But the channels that they broadcast are not dead. I mean, that's streaming services have to have live TV now, or they're going to have a hard time surviving because people want that stuff. Until the NFL signs like a Netflix deal or Major League Baseball signs an Amazon deal or something like that, you're always going to need, like, sports is a big driver of old media. Sam Show says, Charlemagne is radio or is he a podcast? Both. He does both. He's a hardworking dude. He is a hardworking dude. All right, guys. Holy shit, we really got a lot done there. $65 away from today's goal. You guys have been doing an incredible job. Thank you very much. $65 away. Throw in a couple of bucks. We'll knock this thing out in no time. The Chad Buzemach donor ratings are not completely up to date as Zenman's at 155, but the top two spots are up to date. With Steph, so Gray Duckling tied Steph at 190, and Steph decided that Gray Duckling could go fuck himself, and she threw in $100. So I think that's going to do it for the week. Unless Vidam goes on a retarded run tomorrow during Rumble Friday, I think those stats are going to hold. Or I guess unless Zenman wants to make some fucking bananas move, I think those numbers are going to hold. But let's knock out this last 65 for the week and call it another win for the toe. Let's go into some text messages. The Vikings. The problem with England is it's full of the English. If we can't drive them out, we'll breed them out. Aaron, you goof. The market will be demolished to make a museum to the dead market they killed. Oh, well then that That makes total sense. Why didn't you tell? Now I just feel like a fucking dipshit. All right, let's go ahead and open up this next hour's worth of stories. Thank you guys very much. Let's talk about our pals at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, All Care with trucks and wreckers to handle everything from motorcycles, which in this weather probably not the most practical, all the way to heavy-duty equipment, which you might need. Use All Care Towing. Nobody's faster than them. You get in an accident, you stall, you flatten a tire, you don't have your shit with you to fix it, lock your keys out of your car won't start, whatever it is. All Care Towing's quicker than anybody, and that's who you should call, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Meme Copium and Sean want you to know that it is Thirsty Thursday all day at Stoney's Bar. $2 cans. $2 cans. It's the cheapest tit job you can get. No, cans of beer. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville. Ooh, go watch the Lions and the Packers tonight at Stoney's. Have a bunch of beer. Get a ride home. Have a pizza. Hang out with your friends. Play some darts. Play some pool. Have a great time at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. And remember, every weekend, live music. It's a party at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. We have a Mad Dog Russo rant. And boy, do I love a Mad Dog Russo rant. Real quick, Zen Man Build says, I can beat Steph husband's money. Oh, or no, it says, I can't beat Steph's husband's money. Oh, so Zen Man is accusing Steph of using her husband's money. That's sexist. Remarkably sexist. Chevy Fan says, Aaron, did you see last night's Alex Stein completely got shit all over by Milo Yiannopoulos? It was hard to watch. Poor Alex. Oh, no. What happened? Am I going to be able to find it on Twitter today? Let's see. Alex Stein Milo. Do we have any clips? Doesn't look. I don't see any clips of Alex Stein and Milo. What happened? Did Milo pick on poor Alex? I feel like they'd be like on the same side of things. Milo, Alex Stein exposes absolutely everybody.
So look,
by the way, Prime Time with Alex Stein is the name of the channel.
No, I bought this. I'm gonna start it, and I'll stop. I'll stop when we get interesting. But look, the point is this. Let me tell you about these.
Milo have AIDS? He's grown the Tommy Morrison AIDS beard.
Aspired to give back after a lifetime of privilege and unfair genetic advantage. Milo's opening a conversion therapy clinic for people with same-sex.
Wait, you talk about that? We're going to send you...
Is he on drugs? And is that a rhetorical question? Something fucked up about Milo. Anyway, Milo, I guess, was gay. Now he's not gay. He used to take black dick. Now he doesn't take black dick. I don't fucking know. Do you have a timestamp for us, buddy? Chevy Fan, do you have a timestamp as to when Milo starts kind of going in on Alex? Milo was going crazy on Alex's show, but I don't know that he went off on Alex, says Finish the Wall. That's, he does seem like he's on something, though, in my humble opinion.
Serenity Springs. We looked up. This is a premier gay luxury conversion therapy facility where healing meets unparalleled comfort, nestled in a tranquil, serene environment.
It sounds quite gay.
I know it's gay as hell, but it's going to turn you straight. We provide a holistic approach.
No, I don't want to go there.
It's Serenity Springs.
Milo's opening for other men. Well, I'm opening mine. I'm opening Milo. Why would I go there when I can go to the Milo clinic?
He's on coke. I don't mind. So in my opinion, and you can trust your boy. I mean, I was a guy not on coke around people who were on coke. I think I can spot coke from a mile away. This is coke. He's babbling. He's fucking rocking back and forth. He's smiling way too fucking much.
Milo claim.
By the way, when people are high on coke together, the most annoying thing is the fucking dumb, retarded drama they get into. Oh my God. I was actually talking to Keanu about this. We were talking about our experiences being around people who are on coke. And it was funny, we both had the same stories. We're like, they've just getting these retarded arguments and these dumb dramas. And it's like high school. They blow up, they cry, they're yelling, they're screaming at each other. And you're watching this shit and you're like, guys, can we just fucking stop, please? And the next day they're all fine like it never happened. Meanwhile, you're carrying all the fucking baggage from all the crazy shit these people were yelling at each other. And you're like, it drives you more nuts where you go, are we going to pretend you guys didn't just say that you never want to speak to each other again and say all these horrible fucking things to each other? Oh my God. If I have one wish for the rest of my life, I never want to be around more than one person on coke at a time. Holy shit, is it unbearable.
A father man plays into a world that cannot be done and launching a range of ex-gay products. He is dauntless. He's undeterred. This is the last paragraph. His prior achievements. This is the last paragraph. I skipped so much of it.
He's coked out of his fucking skull, in my opinion. We should get Worski on here. Show him the fucking Alex Stein Milo thing. I want to text Alex and be like, was Milo fucking... You know what? Here, let's see. Let's go. I bet you he won't answer because fucking he doesn't want to put Milo on the spot. Was Milo on fucking coke last night? Jesus. All right, let's check it. Let's keep going.
His prior achievements. This is the level of thought I put into an appearance when I come on the media. You know, I wrote this for you. His prior achievements.
I think even Alex realizes that this has gone off the fucking rails. He's been trying to read the same sentence for a minute now.
So I thought he was going to read it out. No, his prior achievements and accolades are meaningless compared to the challenge and responsibility for him. Miley was chief executive of Yeezy under Kanye West for 2 years and now runs Tarantula, a talent management and strategic consulting firm for icons, artists, geniuses, and heads of state. You can't afford him. So that was my bio, and that's and look, I just want to pump.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude, slow down.
Just put that in relief. Look at the negative space around it, the notes I got. I felt disappointed. Anyway, I'm here to promote my new book, The Wit and Wisdom of Nicholas J. Fuentes. 500 pages of all of the most brilliant things that Nick Fuentes has ever said, including all of his best jokes. It includes a snappy notebook. And the paper...
He's fucked up out of his skull. I want to kind of keep going back and forth between this and the chat. I want to see if... Because I feel like maybe I'm reading too much into this. Milo suffered from depression during COVID. He lost his mind, not getting cock. I don't know if that's the case. Papa Shop says 2 right-wing grifters who babble about social issues instead of the real shit going on. I would love if they would babble about social issues. Milo's just fucking sputtering. West Coast Patriot Girl, I thought drugs were supposed to be fun. They're not. They're really not. Chevy Fan says he told Alex he's never told a funny joke in his life. He's wasting his life doing the show, and his show is completely unwatchable. Huh. Milo wearing a cross is disgusting. I would kind of agree with that. This dude isn't blind. This is all a little game to these people. Milo basically said that Alex's producers suck, and that Alex needs to follow Milo's advice or he'll never amount to anything. Do you have can we get a timestamp for some of that shit? If you guys should just find a spot. All right, let's continue on here with this is a disturbing appearance.
Paperback edition, also late edition to the paperback edition. I just want to let you know that if you've already purchased this for Christmas, and it is a lovely stocking filler, it is.
I think Alex realizes that he booked Milo thinking, hey, 2016 Milo, and he got fucking 8 years of losing his fucking mind Milo.
If you've already purchased this, you can pick up the paperback considerably cheaper. I don't make as much money on it, so probably buy this one. But buy the paperback because it does have an edition, and it's called As Stephen Gently Throbbed. the cock-gobbling confessions of Nicholas J. Fuentes. And it's
Dude, what the fuck is going on here? I'm tempted to watch this whole thing. It's a goddamn train wreck. The facial contortions and the over-enunciation and the nervous energy, and I feel like I'm in Alex's brain right now, and he's just like, "Oh my god, this fucking train wreck."
It's an appendix related to what's been happening recently with that particular unfortunate individual.
You're talking about Alex, do me a favor. Give a fuck less about what this guy just said to you, about what this babbling ex-gay just said to you. Give a fuck less.
Nick, okay, but you're really mad at Nick right now. But why?
No, I'm not. No, I'm heartbroken by Nicholas because,
because you just said he's not funny. You have to admit whether you like Nick or not. You have to admit this, Milo. Nick Fuentes, and I have to clip this, is funny.
Out of the two of you, he's funny, yes. But
oh my gosh, Milo, come on, give me a break. Okay,
let's see it. Don't you?
I can't condone someone saying that Nick Fuentes is funnier than Alex Stein. That's complete horseshit. Any funny that Nick Fuentes is kind of ironic. Because you're like, is anybody going to tell this guy that he's gay and in no way conservative? Anyone going to point this out? Like, he doesn't like Jews. That's it. Like this idea, Nick Fuentes is a conservative icon. He's a gay icon who doesn't like Jewish people. It doesn't make you conservative.
So why is there money on the table?
It's not real money.
They think I'm so cheap. They think I'll shut up if I just shut up.
No, I want you to keep talking.
Your fee is there. Anyway, so look, no, I've got look.
Oh
where's
my God!
I can't believe.
You more.
I cannot believe.
I've watched Alex Stein's show. There's people in that room, and if funny things are said, people laugh. You hear laughing. This is painful.
That you kicked the
because you're not going to play Legos. We only got you for a short amount of time, Melo. We got a lot.
I'm going to play Legos if it gets boring.
We have a lot to cover today. Okay, first of all, let's not get boring. Why do you hate Nick Fuentes and why do you call him a homosexual?
I call him homosexual because he is a homosexual. I don't hate Nick Fuentes. I'm wounded by Nick Fuentes because, like you, Nick Fuentes was somebody who was supposed to carry on my legacy. And
he did. Haven't you seen the Destiny video? I mean, he's doing a great job. I don't really see what the problem is. I think he's following in the Milo footsteps perfectly. I mean, a couple of black dicks, and he's right nipping at your heels. Jesus.
Follow in my footsteps. And
I'm glad that we've done away with the idea that homosexuality, there may be a correlation with mental illness, because I think Milo's just shattering that stereotype.
Like he was fallen short. And, Nick is a great sort of one of the great disappointments of my life in a way, because I tried for 2 years.
Now you know how your dad feels.
To make him great and to provide him with everything he needed to have a real career. And unfortunately, Nicholas decided to lean in. So, as is probably obvious by now, Nick Fuentes is somebody who is led by his impulses. So his decisions are made for him by rage.
Oh, wow. I don't think anybody in this room is projecting harder than Milo right now. Look, I don't disagree with him on Nick Fuentes. But, dude, I think we could do a lot of Boeing flip back to Milo on this deal.
Envy. And they are cemented in place by pride. So he'll make a bad decision on a whim and then stick to it because of pride.
I don't really care about Milo's take on Fuentes. I'm going to go back to the chat real quick, see if I'm getting some timestamps here. $2 from Buffalo Jockey says drugs, regardless if it's cocaine or alcohol, is a blast as long as it's in moderation. Not for everybody. Some people can handle it. Some people can't. Some people can. Some people. It's near. Okay, thank you, Chevy fan. It's near the last 15 minutes. All right, let's go check out the last 15 minutes of this train wreck of an appearance by Milo on Alex Stein's show. $65 away from today. You guys have done an incredible job. Thank you very much. Go ahead and finish it off here in the last hour, and we'll call it another win for the toe. And thank you again to Steph and Gray Duckling and Zen Man, who have all been throwing in big time today, as well as a lot of $1, $2, $5, and $10 contributions. Everybody, thank you so much. So this is an hour and 5 minutes. Let's go last 15 here.
Stupid and ridiculous. Your children are going to hate you.
Oh, okay. Let's go back a little more.
I've only seen the screen grab.
Listen,
we're all going to jail.
Listen, an established fact is merely something that most people have heard and most people think might be true. And so all you need to do is get the footage out there, and after the first couple of hundred TikToks, it's a fact.
Oh, but isn't that
like I told you, I'm in the politics
you're
of...
better than that.
Oh, I'm fucking not. I'm fucking not. Have you met me? Have you been listening tonight? I'm fucking not.
But you want a guy to go get...
This is... I have 10 years. 10 years I have been banned from this building, this ugly Protestant building.
This is not an ugly building. It was actually every episode
The Christmas
of Barney.
decorations in this building are the ugliest Christmas decorations I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, there are some Jehovah's Witnesses here.
Can we by the way, can we call this, can we say another win for Glenn Beck? For 10 years, I've been banned from the Blaze building. Yeah, Glenn fucking nailed it on that one. I hope Alex gets the phone call from Glenn Beck and he goes, yeah, can we make it another 10 years before we bring this fucking douchebag on? You know who would have been a better guest and who Alex would have had a genuinely better time with? Chad Zumach. Chad Zumach. By the way, are Chad and I beefing again or not? Because I haven't seen Chad respond to our clip from yesterday or 2 days ago. So I'm going to go ahead. And nobody clipped our clip. None of the clippers clipped me talking about Chad. Maybe I've got to clip it. Clip it. But nobody, I think it was from Tuesday evening's show. Nobody clipped me talking about Chad. I thought Chad and I were going to, reignite our thing. And I saw nothing.
Here, and we don't want to offend them.
God, yeah, we do. We do want to do them. Whatever the things you believe are ridiculous. Stupid and ridiculous. Your children are going to hate you. They're going to die if they follow what you say. Stop it. You're stupid. Grow the fuck up. And since I've now told...
Is there a mirror in that camera?
Told you to look into the eternal truths of Holy Mother Church, the Roman Catholic Church. If you don't, and you don't become Catholic, you go to hell.
Okay, back to...
I don't say this to many people because most people can't live up to this. But Milo, take off the crucifix. You're a stain on the reputation of the Catholic Church. There aren't many people who can pull this off, but you make the Catholic Church look worse by your association. Well, in fairness to Milo, at least he went on and acknowledged that he was okay with underage sex with teenage boys. At least he went on a podcast and openly admitted it.
What I was going to say is I have John Gross.
Jehovah's Witnesses, give me a break.
They don't celebrate Christmas.
They don't celebrate at all.
Yeah.
Listen.
Well, they think it's wrong. They think it's against God to celebrate and, not be, they believe you should be humbled and you should be humbled before the eyes of God and that you shouldn't be, exalting these things. You should just be holding them as holy. Like Jehovah's Witnesses kind of believe that every day should be Christmas and you should just be honoring Christ and honoring God every single day. They don't like that cafeteria Catholic shit, like the still obviously homosexual, I will say in my opinion, drug addict who wears a fucking cross on the outside of his shirt and claims to be Catholic. The only thing you have in common with Catholics, Milo, is the guy fucking. That's about it. And I don't think God's very happy about that one.
They're like Orthodox Christians. It's like Catholics for people who don't wash and don't like to smile. No, look, if you're a Jehovah's...
that one fucking bombed. This guy is terrible. By the way, I want to say this about Milo Yiannopoulos before you guys go, wow, Milo really fell off. He's always been this fucking terrible. Milo Yiannopoulos has always been this fucking bad, but he said crazy things that nobody's saying that. Nobody was saying what he was saying for a reason. It's retarded.
Witness, you're just a ridiculous person. A ridiculous person.
Hard-hitting commentary.
Whose bloodline is damned. Your offspring will not survive the winter. And you should be ashamed of yourself. And similarly, with it's not a religion. It's not a religion. The thing to understand
His
about
fucking brain is Swiss cheese. And again, I still attest, he's got Tommy Morrison AIDS beard.
Jehovah's Witnesses, like Mormonism and like Christian Science, they're called new religious movements. They emerged in the late 1800s.
All right, I'm skipping a little more. I want to hear him and Alex go at it.
They're probably going to end up dead.
We support your job.
And even if they live, they'll hate you. They'll be dead or they'll live and they'll hate you. And they should hate you because you're ridiculous.
Speaking of that, Milo, I know that you've had some family issues too over your
Sorry, I feel very strongly about these things because...
But tell us... Look, that's what stimulant abuse does. I mean, stimulant abuse makes you way more passionate about shit that you really shouldn't care about.
People kill their kids. They kill their fucking kids. They kill their kids in no worse, no better, no different a fashion than the tranny people kill their kids. They kill their kids through lunatic ideology that prevents their child from getting the health care or the treatment or the comfort or the prayer that they need. No fucking different. These people who will not let their kids have blood transfusions or not let their kids get certain medical treatments are no different to people who have their kids copped.
Chevy fan, I thought you said that he was going to shit on Alex during this and make it really uncomfortable, because this is fucking boring.
Dare to do so worse than the trans ideology.
Oh, he thought you guys were getting assassinated.
Yeah, because my dad was an organized crime scene. So he just me
Wait,
like
time out.
She's
Time
looking
out.
at me like I had it coming, you know, and I'm just
Did
thinking.
your stepdad really beat you up?
Yeah, of course. I went to school with black guys all the time. So
That's horrible.
Yeah, of course. Of
No,
course.
Milo, black guys, not black eyes. Black guys. You're getting confused.
Horrible. But you know, so what with my dad being a killer and my stepdad beating me up, no wonder I ended up a faggot. It's just like, well, if that's what being a man is, I think I'll be something else.
We're watching a man just deal with his own personal demons live on a stream. We're just watching a guy have his 10-year meltdown in front of Alex Stein.
No, I'm trying.
That's pretty deep, though.
Yeah. So I'm trying now to kind of like reclaim. No, let me rephrase it. I'm trying now to...
Can't reclaim your anus, bro. That shit doesn't snap back. Just tie the rope around your stomach. You'll be fine.
Forge some kind of relationship with my manhood that is not based on violence. Because the only real understanding that I have...
Taking black dick is pretty violent. That's...
Of masculinity, of manhood, of being a man, is based on violence. Like,
yeah, but you're on a violent...
Yeah, but I don't know if I'd call that violence, Milo. I mean, the pillow doesn't have feelings when you bite it. So that's not necessarily violence. You'll be fine.
Campaign right now of retribution. So you're doing all the bad things that you're just preaching against.
Only figurative. The only thing really suffering is my keyboard.
But just like your stepdad beat you up, you're the stepdad beating up Nick.
Oh, shit. Alex Stein with the Phil Donahue of our generation. Attaboy, Alex.
Different. You're the stepdad beating up Laura Loomer.
And my stepdad did think I had it coming. You might be right. Cycle of abuse, you see. Cycle of abuse.
It really is.
Hurt people.
Nick better pray I die soon, but I don't count on it.
Can we mend the fences?
I don't know. Hoover a couple more lines of schneef. Who knows? That heart might explode.
Nick a little bit.
Absolutely
He's
fucking not.
He's got me canceled from stuff.
Absolutely fucking not. Are you crazy?
Nick, but
Mend the fences with Nick Fuentes. What's the matter with you? Mend the fences with Nick Fuentes.
We've lost about 6 microphones this year. So.
Make it 8. Mend the fences with Nick Fuentes?
Well, I'm saying you should mend the fences with all your enemies, even if you don't like them. Because
no, I'm going to grind them into the dirt until they scream for agony at my feet.
Milo, you're a lot closer to the dirt than they are. And I'm not in the business of defending Nick Fuentes, believe me.
Sorry, that sounded a bit gay, didn't it?
You are what you are, boy.
No. The people who have betrayed... Listen, let me
say this.
No, let me tell you something.
Heart is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die.
Do I seem hateful?
Alex, beautiful. Drinking hate is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Beautiful. Philosopher for our time. Alex Socrates Stein.
Happiest guy you know. I'm the happiest guy you know. I am brimming.
You're confusing being high with being happy. I've seen it in many people before. It's incredibly destructive.
With the joy of the incarnation. I can't stop smiling. I smile all day, every day. And the reason that I smile is that justice is supposed to feel good, and it fucking does. Because look, I was watching for those 8 years when I was banned from everything. When
are we getting to him and Alex?
Because you don't understand this. This hasn't happened to you. My friends just decided I died.
And you know, actually, to be honest, my high school
people that I loved, people who had met my family, people I had lent huge amounts of money to, people I'd been on holiday with, people I'd shared my birthday with.
When it comes out that you condoned teenager fucking, people tend to break off from you a little bit.
I had told about my childhood. They just decided I was dead.
We did break the mic. If you
sorry about that.
Don't worry. But this is the thing.
Did I make my notes?
Fine. I broke mine.
They just decided I was dead.
I had a friend that whose
and
wife
yet that
did not
cannot just stand.
Well, let me just tell you my stories real quick.
Vengeance is Milo's, as it says.
Jesus Christ, shut up!
Well, Milo, but I had a best friend, and then his wife didn't like me. He had me as a groomsman at his wedding, and then uninvited me as a groomsman, so I decided not to go to the wedding, had a big
Look, I'm going to go to the chat to see if they maybe just caught what I caught. I know Alex did the 3340 is the timestamp. We'll go to that too, but I want to look at this. Maybe I'm just a little too paranoid because of the fish tank stuff. But is Alex telling my story up like as his story? Because this sounds like the Gino Keanu wedding. We're going to go to 3340 in a second, guys, I promise. It sounds like Alex, and the way he's looking into the camera looks like a wink and a nod moment. I'm being paranoid, I know, but let's go back to this.
In the good book.
Well, Milo, but I had a best friend, and then his wife didn't like me. He had me as a groomsman at his wedding, and then uninvited me as a groomsman, so I decided not to go to the wedding, had a big knockout, drag-out argument, and now I'm still not friends with the guy, and it bugs me every day.
Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, that's a real story of his. Okay. I'm just used to the fish tank bit. I thought he was like, let me tell you the lore of Steel Toe.
I'm not friends with him because of that.
It's not being friends. Okay, let me tell you something.
All right, we can go to 3340. Thank God. Jesus Christ, you guys. Thank you.
Well, that does explain.
That
does explain why you are where you are.
Yeah.
So
well,
look,
listen, I love shortcuts. You think I want to take a long cut? No, I want to get right there.
You see, it's doing the hard work that separates legends from icons. And people can be legends, and you have become a legend. But there's only one icon, in the last couple of years, and that's because I do.
You're an icon? Sting is an icon. The other Sting is an icon. Milo? Dude, Milo, no. The only way you're an icon is if the words "and Otis" are followed by it. Then you have a chance, but that's a different Milo.
Do the work. It's because I put the work in, and there's still time for you, but the window is closing, and so the difference.
I love how he thinks he's saying flippant shit and he's just owning. He's like, the window's closing for you. Like he even does bitchy queer bad.
Between someone who's a legend and somebody who's simply an intergenerational icon. I mean, I can't walk down the street in any foreign city without.
That's just because they don't allow homosexuality. That's why they're hitting you. It's not because they know you.
Somebody asking me for an autograph. There are video games being made today in Korea that have blonde, froofy characters called Milo in them. That's just the level.
Oh, yeah, because Milo's not a common name and blonde queers are not a deal. Jesus, this guy.
Of impact I've had globally. To reach that level of I never have to work again. I never have to get out of bed, and I will make millions of dollars a year from bed for the rest of my life.
Oh, he is genuinely
and to get to that kind of stage, you have to put the work in. You have to do the work.
You have been doing this for a long time. I'm not going to debate you on that.
And it was disappointing to me that and I'm going to say this like personally as a friend. I've known you for a long time, and
since we met when you started working with Marjorie, that's the first time.
And I've written to you about this stuff, and you've kind of dropped it every time, and you've never really followed up on it.
When did you write me?
Oh my God. Could you imagine this fucking guy whining and complaining about his problems to you? Oh my God. The smartest thing Alex ever did was not listen to this guy.
Over the course of the last few years, and I was very surprised and very disappointed not to hear from you in the run-up to doing this show, and not even to hear from your producer about what we might talk about.
Were they not messaging you?
Somebody
I messaged whoever the contact was about what we were talking
about.
No.
It's not good enough.
Celebrities.
Give me a break. We know each other.
I know that's
we know
true,
each other.
I guess
and don't you think
Milo? You can tell, and Milo's trying to cover it up with bravado. Milo is really upset that it's not Milo Day anymore. Milo is really upset that it's not, when he was on Real Time with Bill Maher and he was going on Joe Rogan, you can tell that he's really hurt. He's not handling his cycle of fame very well.
It's peculiar that me coming in your show, you didn't even text me to say I'm excited that you're coming on the show. And I come in here and it's all sort of, whatever business.
That's because Charlie Kurt booked you. Alex Stein is the host. I think Charlie Kurt is the one who booked you, so it's not.
As usual, and I just think that I know you. I've known you for years, and it was weird to me that you didn't text me. It was weird to me that there was no preparation done for this show, and that's what I'm talking about.
Is he still pretending he's not gay? Because this is a gay guy whinging and bitching about his feelings.
when I see it.
Well, what should we have prepared? What do you mean? What should we have prepared? How many times have they showed that Weakest Link clip interviews?
Okay, you got one good clip. That's great, and it was funny. It was funny, and it was good.
And it was funny, and it was good.
But that's not going to carry a 2-hour show.
It's a 1-hour show.
Well, who knows? I don't watch it. Nobody does. But out of
Wow, what a
desperation, I have to go to Lego in the airport just to try to have something funny.
Lego bit. Let's move on.
No, but I just felt personally let down, disappointed because
all I can say is that I am sorry, Milo.
No, it's okay, but it's okay, but I just don't do that. God, you're so clammy. You're clammy. Oh God, he's
hot, Milo. Just let me come over here, Milo.
This suit was cut by Hawks of Savile Row. Look,
It is fucking terrible. Like terrible in a way where I was interested. Milo's fucking dreadful. Oh my God. Yeah, Zen Man builds with a bunch of Z's.
Given by God.
I agree. Milo goes scorched earth on journalist. Absolutely savage. I don't want to watch. No. I'm going to make an executive decision here. I think I'm done with Milo for today. I think I've had enough. Thank you, by the way, Chevy fan, for letting us know about that. We did get a lot of time out of it. We'll determine at a later date whether or not it was good mileage. But we got mileage, I suppose. There we go. I got to punch something in there. There we go. I got a thank you to throw out here, and we've got a change in the standings. So we got to give you guys an update. Zen Man says, woo, I'm a VIP and another win for the toe. $95 from Zen Man. That's going to put him at $250. That also puts him $40 away from Steph and $60 ahead of Gray Duckling. Thank you very much, Zen Man, with that $95. That eliminates today's goal. That's another win for the toe. That puts us $30 ahead for Monday. Thank you guys very, very much. $3.83 Novocaine with $1 says, you owe us a half hour you wasted. Hendy with $1 says, we're going to own the libs tomorrow and watch the Destiny pornographic videotapes. I am not watching the fucking Destiny tapes. If you guys put them up there as links, I am going to leave while they... No, I don't think... You can't put dick sucking on Rumble. I know you put a lot of shit on Rumble. I don't think you put dick sucking on Rumble. Approachable says, I wish Steel Toe was on this morning. Whatever this show is fucking sucks. Look, man, Chevy fan came to us and he said, play the Alex Stein Milo thing because it's fucking dog shit and whatever. And I love watching dog shit, but it turned out to be more dog shit than I could handle. How's that? We got here. We'll cleanse everything with a Mad Dog Russo rant. I love a good Mad Dog Russo rant. Oh, by the way, Trucker 18-wheeler popped into the top 4 today. He's in 4th place now. So it goes Steph, Zen Man, Gray Duckling, Trucker 18-wheeler at 115. 2.0s at 110 and Riding Dirty Llamas at 100. So we got a bit of a logjam there for the bottom half of the top 4. This Trevor Lawrence hit, I don't know if you guys have seen it or not, but this Trevor Lawrence hit has become the big news in the sports world this week. There's actually become a debate about this Trevor Lawrence hit. And I don't think there should be. I don't think there should be a debate about the Trevor Lawrence hit. I thought it was a bad hit. I thought it should have been a penalty. I have had people write into the show and say, nope, Aaron, he was going for the hit before the slide. He held up. I don't know, man. Like, he went down for the hit. He put his forearm out there. Like, you don't tackle someone like this. You don't put your forearm out to make a tackle. So let's watch it one more 500 more times. Here. Look at that. Like, that's not how you tackle. Trevor Lawrence is going down. Now, this is in slow motion, so I don't know, man. To me, this is a dirty fucking hit. So this has been the debate. I've had people tell me that Aaron, no. And by the way, do you think those guys wear those strapped-on pads to protect themselves or because of shit like that? It's debatable. But, you know, like Barry Bonds used to wear that body armor so he could stand right on top of the plate. That was kind of bullshit to me. He'd basically wear, you know, medieval knight armor so he could stand right on top of the fucking plate. That's a dirty hit. And that deserves the 3-game suspension. That deserves the ejection, the flag, the fine, the whole deal. Some people disagree. I don't know what the disagreement is. I'm not really sure what the point is. Bapa Shab says, dude, he slid. It's not his fault. I mean, this doesn't seem like you're making a tackle. This seems like you're targeting. It does. Carlos says, ooh, someday I'll fill you in on how Milo got involved with the Catholics. Oh, okay. MSO says, yeah, Trevor Lawrence got Trevor Burbick. That's a reference. Somebody says no different than a helmet-to-helmet hit. Okay, well, it's become controversial. Mad Dog Russo weighed in on this, and to me, Mad Dog Russo is not my favorite sports commentator, but he's, to me, the most entertaining sports commentator there is. You guys might actually hate my take on this. When it comes to football, I think my 2 favorite guys are Dan Orlovsky and Rex Ryan. I think those are my 2 favorite guys. Those are the guys who I like to hear their takes on football. Russo is the most entertaining take every time. He and Stephen A. Smith should be doing a show together, but Stephen A. Smith is a fucking cancer to all his co-hosts. So then again, he did a show with Skip Bayless. Anybody who did a nun would do a show with Skip Bayless and want to strangle his fucking ass. But Mad Dog Russo went on a rant about that Texans player that hit Trevor Lawrence, and I can't say I totally disagree with him. Bapa Shab, you're going to hate this take. Russo getting ad?
Don't throw that in the trash.
Oh, shit. Russo's getting a 30-second ad. Hot damn. Bapa Shab says, it's not football anymore. When you took away the kick return, that was it. Well, they kind of brought back the kick return this year. The kick return's kind of back. But he says, oh, they don't charge at each other. Well, that's fair. They don't charge at each other. But I like the kickoff they took from the XFL. I thought that was a good idea. We get more returns now instead of it going out the back all the time.
I throw the player out for the rest of the year. That was
the year?
Oh, what a rough, nasty, garbage hit. That guy's a clown for hitting him like that, and he thinks his big deal is. I sent him an apology via X. You laid the guy. Did you send him the apology when he was in the hospital?
Right. Do you guys think that there's a possibility, and I'm just going to throw the question out there, that Chris Russo could be part Jewish? I just wanted to know. Now, let's not act like this is a crazy take that he has. I mean, they suspended Aziz Al-Shair for 3 games for that hit. There's only 5 games left in the season. So what Russo is saying is that they should have extended the suspension by 2 games. I don't think that's that unreasonable. I don't think it's fair. I thought maybe a 2-game suspension. I even think 3 games is a little heavy because while he did go down with the forearm, it did look like a dirty hit. It did look like targeting. Because of the timing of the slide, I think there's enough plausible deniability to say, oh, I wasn't trying to take the fucking guy's head off. It wasn't an intentional. He might have been intentionally trying to hit him, but you could argue, I wasn't trying to intentionally decapitate the guy like I did. So I think for that, facts of the case, what we can prove, 2-game suspension and a fine. $10,000, 2 games. I think 3 games is a little extreme.
Not moving? Think about this. This is an incredible. He threw his arm in there, his head. Oh, my God. And then he gets ticked off and takes his helmet off. This is the nasty, nasty, nasty play. I was totally down on this guy. And I tell you, how about the Marco Ryans? You can kill the GM all you want. You guys are 100% right. I don't want to go pile on there.
Yeah, I mean, the knee was down already when he hit him. I mean, you could argue, and I'm sure, and I'm really interested, unironically, of what Papa Shab thinks about this. You can argue that Al-Shaair started the process of making the hit while Trevor Lawrence was still upright. It's not like Trevor Lawrence had slid and then he started to go into the hit. But the way he went in with the head down and the forearm out like that, I can't say that was a wholesome hit.
How about freaking the head coach?
Yeah.
How about him saying, you know what? Listen, the
He
kid
was wrong,
plays
too.
third. How about the head coach saying, you know what? We can't have that kind of play in this kind of football game.
Right.
How about DeMarco Ryan saying that after the game, which he didn't. He was more wrapped up on the team having a bye than he was wrapped up on saying, you know, poor Trevor Lawrence. That guy couldn't move.
Well, all right. Russo's getting a little animated here. If you're DeMeco Ryan, if you're the head coach of the Texans, you do need to be focused on what's next for your team. You know, every time a guy gets hurt, the other coach is supposed to, at his press conference, go, oh, you know, Allahu Akbar, I hope he's okay. No. You go and you talk about your team and what they have to do next. I don't think Mike McCarthy, after the fucking drubbing he got from the Lions, went, boy, I sure hope Aiden Hutchinson's all right. No. He was like, look, we're fucked here, and we really got to get our shit together. And I think the Cowboys have won, 2 in a row now? Their playoff hopes are not dead, but Washington's got to falter a little bit. I'll be honest with you guys, I don't think 10 games is going to get you in the playoffs in the NFC. We're already at 10, the Packers are at 9, and the Commanders are at 8, and there's 5 games left. I think it's going to take 11 wins to get you into the playoffs this year.
For 5 minutes, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a starting quarterback in the NFL because this idiot thinks he's Doug Plank. Look him up because he's Doug Plank and Gary Fenwick. I mean, it drove me crazy. That was a sick, nasty, awesome, and good for the NFL. Suspended him.
Yeah.
I suspended him longer. I was completely down on him.
I believe.
Don't throw that in the trash.
Shut up. Nobody cares. I do believe that Mad Dog Russo is against the hit. I don't think he liked the hit. Crowder Wears Panties says, we grew up to love football because of hits like this. Right, but here's what started happening. Junior Seau blew a fucking hole in his chest because he had brain damage and nobody could help him, and he wanted the NFL to study his brain after he died. Jovan Belcher murdered his girlfriend and then went to the practice facility and blew his fucking head off in front of the staff. Like, fucked up shit. Aaron Hernandez. Fucked up shit started happening, and then we found out that these guys all had Swiss cheese for brains left. And the NFL went, this is not really sustainable. Jim McMahon went retarded. Jim Kelly, early onset dementia. Steve Mongo McMichael turned into an invalid. I mean, the list goes on and on. Brett Favre has dementia. You know, that one wasn't hard to see coming. I'm sure Troy Aikman's going to have a lot of issues. Steve Young will have issues later on in life if they don't already. And these players, I mean, there was a lawsuit against the NFL about saying the NFL withheld evidence from the NFLPA that these repetitive concussions could cause CTE. So the NFL changed for the same reason everything changes. It was money. It was going to cost them a fortune to keep those hits that you and I loved growing up, you know, that, you know, these guys fucking launching themselves into each other like lawn darts. Well, yeah, that's great to watch on Sunday, but if 10 years later that guy's putting a shotgun through his chest so you can study his brain, it's, you know, to the league, that's really not worth it. Somebody says, what are the odds he led with that arm because he knew he had a brace on and it wouldn't hurt him at all? That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking he wears that brace so he can give him that forearm shiver, if you will. Lander says, why is it always the gayest out-of-shape dudes in sports broadcasting? Well, a lot of them are ex-players and they get fat. That's a big part of it. Dig Bick says, has his suspension been reduced yet? It should be 3 games. It is 3 games. He's out for 3. If Lawrence had put a shoulder down and tried to truck the defender like a man, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Right, he'd have a fucking halo on. He'd have a broken neck. Pretty soon they'll be playing in bubble wrap. I mean, you can still make hits. Some of these guys get absolutely rocked still going over the middle. And it's, well, I guess Bob Bashab has an argument there. He's like, no, not if they're a defenseless receiver, Aaron. Can't make like a crackback hit on a defenseless receiver. That's true. Those big crackback blocks that we used to like, those are done. Those are illegal now. If a guy's running this way, looking at the play, and another guy's coming this way, and he fucking drills him, that's a crackback block. It's illegal. And those were the fun blocks to watch. Look, I'm not going to argue with you guys that, the NFL hasn't softened. It has. But they softened out of necessity. There was not going to be the same NFL no matter what. Bob Bashab says, dude is actually kvetching on behalf of his paymasters to fundamentally change the sport from the inside. He's smiling. He knows full well. I don't think so. I don't think there's I'll be honest. They call him Mad Dog for a reason. I don't think there's a method to Mad Dog's madness. I think he's just out of his fucking mind. Carlos Cameo says Tua is on his way there. Yeah. I mean, look at all these rules they made to quote unquote soften the game and protect these quarterbacks. And Tua's still just, riddled with concussions. And also, speaking of Tua, the last time he got a concussion, that wasn't an illegal hit. That was, wasn't it Hamlin? Didn't DeMar Hamlin hit him? How ironic is that? That old fucking vac stroke Hamlin is the one who, made Tua throw up gang signs again. Junior Seau too, right? Says West Coast Patriot Girl. That's the guy I'm talking about. Junior Seau put a shotgun through his chest because he didn't want to harm, he wanted to die, but he didn't want to harm his brain because he knew there was something fucked up with his brain and he wanted the NFL to study it, to learn about brain damage and shit like that. Von Kaiser and Jay Fish, I think, have the correct back and forth here in the chat. Von Kaiser says Gronk is retarded. Jay Fish says Gronk was always retarded. I agree with both of you. I don't think Gronk is the one guy who can't play football. Somebody says, look what radio does to a guy. Aaron worked in radio, and then he gets involved in a polycule. You got to watch out for them, too. Yeah, it's a goddamn radio guys, man. Bunch of hucksters. Jesus, Sam Show, we can't be dropping that. It's not Rumble Friday. What the fuck is the matter with you? Sam Show says maybe we should start keeping the players in kennels. Chevy fan writes, crackback is April's favorite play. Oh, come on. Yeah, reading the farms yesterday, April had another social media meltdown. She's talking about how when she's in a relationship again, it's going to be full of respect and this and that, and she's going to love and the other person's going to love, and kind of pick-me. It was a lot of pick-me-girl behavior, and then she shut down. She made her tweets protected. She hid her tweets, which is smart, by the way. I applaud that decision, but that decision should have been made May 24th. May 25th, whenever the day you got out of jail was. Instead of texting me and Gino and saying, somebody did this to me, I'm not an addict. First of all, don't text that to me because I know better. I knew the truth. But, instead of texting all of us and doing PR for yourself, you should have just shut down the Twitter, shut down the Instagram, shut it all down, and worked through this and had it done. That's what you should have done. You got to remember, if April would have just shut down the Twitter, shut down the Instagram, and moved away, April never would have been charged with anything. She would have been scot-free. She would have been away from all of this stuff and all the emotional and mental trauma and damage that this guy caused. Well, her and that guy, but they both caused it. Let's not take blame away from her. But if she would have done what she did yesterday from the very beginning, fuck off, this was all a mistake. And by the way, Aaron's a mistake, Nick's, we're all a mistake. If she would have said, fuck off, these guys fucking ruined me, these guys are fucking, she could blame the two of us, that's fine. That's fine. She played a massive part in it. Only one of us said maybe you should stop, but I played my part. But if she would have from the very beginning went, these guys are fucking monsters, they're evil, they're terrible guys, accurate, fair, fine, totally okay, and you would have had no charges and you could have reset your life. You could argue that April goes away. She ends up in better position than any of us. But she didn't. But you know the saying, better late than never. Sam Show says she wants to fuck RTU. You know, I watched that Keno Casino clip this morning. I don't believe that. I don't believe that I don't think she knows. We have had Rich on this show back when she was on it, but I don't think that she understood what the hell was going on. Let's keep going. Finish the Wall says April is saying she isn't in a relationship. Right, that's what she's saying. April should make a fool out of herself, says Finn. I don't think so. I think she made the right call in protecting those tweets. Sam Show writes, yeah, she got the butter dish. That's enough about the fucking butter dish. You know what's funny to me is they all thought I was serious about the fucking butter dish. April's like, I hear that on his show, he says I stole his butter dish. That is my grandma's butter dish. Tell me you didn't watch me talk about it without telling me you didn't watch me talk about it. Papa Shab says, you'll make another fat ass smile. You'll do it again. Good on you, Abe. Wait, fat ass? That's you're saying that Damn it. Red Fox Mad says, remember this hit for $5. Thank you very much. All right, what is it? Let's go look. What hit?
We're going to go with 5 wides.
Kiko Alonso hit on Joe Flacco. Have I already been clipped this morning? Jesus. Aussie Guy and Husey, Mersh, and Ralph. Oh, Stalin 19 clipped me already. Oh, I didn't think that shit was very clippable. But thank you. I appreciate that. Ooh, pretty fucking bad. But here's the problem. Here's where I will empathize with the linebackers and the corners and the defensive players. Is that you're a trained animal who's supposed to attack and tackle and finish the hit and everything else the entire game. But there's this one player, and if he, goes into the figure 4 and starts leaning backwards, now all of a sudden you have to just turn that switch off immediately. That's got to be extremely difficult. So I will empathize, and I think Papa Shab's right in that sense, that these guys are expected to behave one way to 10 guys on the field, but then turn that switch off for an 11th guy on the field when he's in a certain position. That's got to be difficult. But he had slid for a while. He's got fucking wobbly eyes for days. Look at Flacco. He doesn't know where the fuck he is. This eye's going this way, this way. He hit him so hard he gave him Mersh Melton eyes. Mersh and Melton have that fucking lazy eye that they just can't quite control. Fucking Flacco got Mersh-eyed. Store Harrison Smith over there.
This is
Wait a minute. Was that Super Dave Osborne? Was that fucking Bob Einstein? Fucking, oh my God, it's Bob Einstein and fucking Joe. One dirty thing quarterbacks can start doing. And I'm sure it's been done before. I think it's been done before where quarterbacks will slow down like they're going to slide and then take off again. That would be a dirty play. 383 Novocaine with $1 says the day April was on Chrissy's show and met Nick, her eyes said it's over. I don't believe so, but thank you very much. It's very funny. You fucking guys. QBs need to start going head first. Sliding just isn't feasible for either side. Well, you're going to end up with more hits to the head if you end up diving head first. Dive Bar says a professional should be able to flip the switch on top of the amount of money they're making to be professionals. Remember Vontaze Burfict hitting AB and knocking him out? And the next year, Juju Smith-Schuster got him back and stood over him? Oh, yeah. That was the playoffs, wasn't it? The Vontaze Burfict deal? God, there was, because it was Vontaze Burfict hit AB at the end of the year in the playoffs. And then, isn't that like the next year, didn't Antonio Brown go insane? Vontaze Burfict, Antonio Brown. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, I think this is the hit that made Antonio Brown fucking crazy.
Talking on the sideline the whole time, it seemed like.
Oh!
Perfect, and yes.
Oh, my goodness.
And before you say, like, oh, he started this hit before he saw that it was an incomplete pass, Vontaze Burfict has 100% always been a dirty fucking player. Vontaze Burfict is an asshole. The way the head just flails back, that's fucking insane. And then the next year, Juju Smith-Schuster, I remember that. He fucking drilled Vontaze Burfict. Not Juju the cow, Juju Smith-Schuster. Totally different deal. Oh, yeah, it was a crackback block. That's right. Here we go. Boom! And then stood right the fuck over him. Oh, my. Yeah, boys and girls, remember when I was explaining a crackback block earlier? That would be a crackback block.
It's a peel back block.
Ooh!
That's going to be a fine, and that's going to be...
But that's one of those hits where as soon as you get hit with it, you're like, yep, I know where that came from. I know why I got drilled with that one. That looked like it felt good, says Sam. Oh, yeah. Oh, Juju Smith-Schuster, who is not the guy who likes to get fucked in the ass while wearing a cow outfit. That Juju fucked perfect in the ass. It's brutal. Dub says, looked like the hit was delivered to hurt target, not hit target. Yes. J-Bra says, I once broke my teammate's forearm in practice because the coach was riding me about intensity. That dude, football is such a fucking mentally ill sport. Like they're just, I just imagine little J-Bra. Little J-Bra's just playing football. He thinks he's having a great time, and the coach is like, J-Bra, you fucking pussy. You piece of shit. You have no passion for this game. Why don't you go home? And then it just triggers something in J-Bra, and he goes, ah! He grabs the backup running back's arm and just puts him in a Kimura and fucking snaps it. He's like, is that intense enough for you, coach? And the coach is like, Jesus Christ, I think I've created a sociopath. I got to really rethink this coaching thing. I'm fucking losing it. They made T-shirts here in Pittsburgh with Juju standing over him. That's great. That's great. Labglass says, and now Juju Smith-Schuster is shit. Well, you know, the Pittsburgh Steelers have had like a bad history lately of having really good number 2 receivers and then just those guys fall apart. Like, remember when AB, I think it was when AB was there, and it was Chase Claypool. Chase Claypool was supposed to be the new guy, or maybe it was Schuster, and then Claypool was supposed to be the next guy. And then Chase Claypool looks like he's like Randy Moss level deep threat. And then all of a sudden he goes to, I believe, Chicago, and he just shits the bed. Now, it's hard not to shit the bed when you go to Chicago, looking back. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, do you remember this Brody Slam? Oh, a Brody Slam. By the way, that puts Red Fox Mad at 105. Not quite enough to get up into the top 4, as it's 290 for Steph, 190 for Gray Duckling, 250 for Zen Man, and 115 for Trucker 18-wheeler, 110 for 2.0, 105 for Red Fox Mad, and 100 for Riding Dirty Llama. All right, let's check out this hit that Red Fox Mad sent us.
You can see the ball is gone, and here's McMahon standing there. Here comes Martin.
Ball is long gone.
Jesus.
What is this?
Wow, man,
that's ridiculous. He should be out of the game.
Not only should that be a flag, and this is back when you could just, you know, this is when they had that dock carpeting AstroTurf. And I played on that shit. Like when I was in middle school and high school football, you would play one game a year at the Metrodome. Oh, that shit is. And this is before they put that artificial, that fake grass turf shit with the black particles on it. This is like the old Doc carpeting turf. That shit hurt so fucking bad. I mean, we wore forearm pads, elbow pads, high socks, everything. Because if you went to make a tackle or something and your skin made contact with that shit, forget it. You're bleeding. That stuff was horrible. That was not – and plus, your ankles and knees took a pounding because you're basically running on a concrete floor. Even at 15, 16 years old, that shit was horrible to play on. And not to mention, these guys are getting, thrown down on their head against a concrete floor. I mean, Jesus. But this was back in the 80s when you could still hit people and throw them around and shit. And even that hit back then, they were like, oh, that's dirty. That's bad. Oh, that was the end of the clip. Sorry. Yeah, Jim McMahon took some really nasty hits. Do you remember the one that knocked Brett Favre out? I don't mean knocked him unconscious. I mean, he was done playing. Brett Favre final hit. It was against the Chicago Bears. So what had happened this season, this was a completely snake bit season. So the Vikings had went 12-4 the year before, and we went to the NFC Championship game against the Saints. It was the Bounty Gate year. And we kicked ass with Brett Favre, and we almost got to the Super Bowl. And we thought, you know what? If we bring Brett back for one more season, we've got the rest of the team coming back. We can win. We can go to the Super Bowl. This will be our season. So Jared Allen and a bunch of people flew down to Hattiesburg, Mississippi in the team jet, went and got Brett Favre, brought him back to play for the team one more year. Sidney Rice had hip surgery, immediately missed half the season. That was right away. Brett Favre was a shell of his former self. And then later that year, there was a blizzard in Minneapolis, and it caved in the Metrodome. So we couldn't play in the Metrodome for the rest of the season because the fucking roof fell in. So we had to play at the time, TCF Bank Stadium, which is where the Gophers play. Now, the Gophers stopped playing home games in November, so they didn't need to have a heated field. It doesn't get cold enough to necessitate a heated field in the middle of November in Minnesota. So the Vikings had to play in December, middle of a Minnesota winter, at a frozen TCF Bank Stadium. They couldn't thaw it out. And Brett Favre took this hit, and this was the last hit of Brett Favre's career. He never played again after this.
On the bench at 3rd and 4, Lorenzo Booker joins Toby Gerhart in the backfield. Favre's got 5 to choose from. Got hit, got thrown down, and is shaken up.
Done.
The rookie out of Northwestern threw Favre to the turf.
And honestly, thanks for laughing, asshole. And you got to think, like, he was 41 when this happened. You got to think at 41 years old, you get dumped on your head like that. You go, yeah, I'm not doing this shit anymore. No way.
Yeah.
There's got to be a better point of view of that because they did. They turned him around and then dumped him on his head. It was a really dirty hit. Just spiked him. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't even have that on. What a fucking asshole. Oh. And again, that ground completely frozen. Just smashed his head right on the frozen ground. Jersey David 99 with $5 says 40 years ago, my dad would say, rub some dirt on it and get back out there. Ever take a helmet to the ear hole? Yeah, look, man, my least favorite thing to do in football was kickoff coverage. Not kickoff coverage, kickoff blocking. I hated that. So you have a kickoff, and, you're right here, and the defense is right here. And as soon as they kick off, the defense starts coming this way, but you run back this way. And then your guy catches the ball and you circle back and start running this way. But remember, while you've been running back this way, the defense full head of steam, and you literally just have to run as hard as you can into that guy. That's kickoff coverage. And what you hope is that when you run into that guy, bang, it takes both of you out. And then your kick returner can run in that spot and, have a nice return. It's medieval. For those of you going, I hate the new kickoff rules. The kickoff rules are stupid. There was a play in kick returns called the wedge. The wedge was where the kick return guys would go back and they'd all basically, be within holding hands distance of each other, and they'd form this wall and block for the kick returner. It was called the wedge. It's been banned. You can't do the wedge anymore. Well, there used to be these guys on kickoff coverage. They were either really speedy wide receivers or really heavy, fast linebackers. And they would be called wedge busters. And their whole job was to take the wedge that those offensive players formed and just turn themselves into a human kamikaze and just crash into it to try to break a hole in the wedge so the next couple guys could get through and make the tackle. For those of you who say that the NFL is for pussies now, I'm sorry, but that's fucking insane. The idea of the wedge. Von Kaiser says, didn't Bud Grant come out in his T-shirt in that game? No, that was the Vikings playoff game against the Seattle Seahawks back in 2014, I want to say. And Bud Grant came out in a polo. It was the coldest game ever played in the playoffs. It was -2 degrees at kickoff. And Bud Grant came out and just wearing a polo. And then he died. Let's go to Crowder Wears Panties with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. Got a link for it. Are we starting Rumble Friday early? Dak Prescott, horrifying ankle injury against the Giants. This was 4 years ago.
Now going to keep it. Prescott breaks the tackle.
Oh, that's not good. I'm not happy.
You almost got to hope it's a cramp, don't you, if you're a Cowboy?
Yeah, that looks like a cramp. Oh, don't you hate those cramps where your fucking ankle bone pops the fuck out? I hate those kind of cramps. Those are the worst. Boy, I tell you, I just haven't drank enough water that day and my ankle snaps in half. Worst cramp I've ever experienced. It's really terrible. I'm glad that announcer wasn't around when Kevin Ware broke his leg in the NCAA. He comes down, his shin bone's poking out. He's like, ooh, terrible cramp. Terrible. That guy, was that Aikman? That wasn't Aikman, by the way. Was that Phil Simms? I think that was Phil Simms. All right, we got Phil Simms commentating here at Ford's Theater. Oh, my God, what happened to President Lincoln? Ooh, looks like a terrible head cramp. Oh, those are nasty. You got to hope that that's just a cramp, Jim Nance. Ooh, Jim Nance and Phil Simms. That's who it was. Oh, my God. What just happened to the Tower 7? Oh, terrible cramp. Terrible cramp there at Tower 7. That's awful. Somebody, too, with a link says Saints are a bunch of dicks. Let's check it out.
Thursday was also the day in which Yahoo Sports...
Black and white. That's how you know this shit's serious. By the way, that guy looks exactly like Rick Spielman.
Published a detailed description of the Saints' plans to injure opposing players.
By the way, I have had fantasies about killing Greg Williams. So if you ever, if you would ever like to ask, Aaron, I have a question for you. How big of a Vikings fan are you? When I think of Greg Williams being executed, I'm very happy. Like still, 15 years later. If someone said, hey, Greg Williams was actually the guy who got shot, not the CEO of United Healthcare, I'd go, good. Good. I hope they put a fucking Brett Favre jersey on him. I hate Greg. And he's such a piece of shit, too, because he didn't go out there and make the hits. He didn't go out there and try to take money out of food off of families' tables. He didn't go out there and try to end guys' careers. He went and he took money out and he paid other guys to go do it for him. Greg Williams is a fucking pussy, and everybody that he ever put a bounty on should be allowed to have 5 minutes alone with him in a locked room and kick the living dog shit out of him. Fuck Greg Williams. Is he coaching now? I'm sure he's coaching now. But if he's not, God, I hope he had a fucking heart attack on a boat during a summer vacation. I hate Greg. He's a piece of shit, and the only reason he was ever apologetic is because he got caught. Fuck Greg Williams. Fuck him in his stupid ass.
Respect comes from fear.
This is how you get respect in this league. Single one of you, before you get off the pile, affect the head.
That's great because, you know, none of these guys are trying to make a living. You know, the average NFL player retires at like 26. You got 5 years to make enough money to last you the rest of your life. But you know what we should do if that player dares to ever be good? You got to worry about some other group of guys willing to break the rules to injure that guy and ruin his career and ruin his life. That's great. Awesome. I fucking hate Greg. Did I mention I hate Greg Williams?
Want him running sideways. We want his head sideways.
Till I collapse, I'm spilling these raps long as you feel them.
Oh, thanks for getting me demonetized today. I think we were already fucked. I think we played some other stuff. Who was it? Like, if you're a Cardinals fan, you should hate the Saints. If you're a 49ers fan, you should hate the Saints, or Greg Williams. And if you're a Vikings fan, you should hate Greg Williams. Because Greg Williams made his team injure Kurt Warner, Michael Crabtree, and who was the really good tight end San Francisco had before Kittle? Vernon Davis. Tried to injure all those guys and offered bounties. And Brett Favre, let's not forget. Just a fucking cunt, Greg Williams. Then you can break the other one so it matches. No, that's gonna really affect your healing time. For God's sake. By the way, thank you guys. You guys are $50 into our next goal, and I really appreciate it. Oh, we have that Destiny clip that we were talking about. I think we got Democrats fighting with each other. Now, I've been watching Piers Morgan's new hobby is like not arguing with Democrats, but Piers Morgan is doing this thing now where he just puts Democrats on his show, and then those Democrats fight with each other. It's actually really brilliant. This one is DNC Chair Linda Lee talking to Destiny. Now, Linda Lee, the head of the Democratic National Committee, to show that this was Joe Biden giving a fuck you to the people who kicked him out of the presidential race, Linda Lee, who heads the Democratic Party, she's against the Hunter Biden pardon. She said that it's a black eye on the party and it proved Joe Biden's haters right. Now, Destiny is an AstroTurf fucking, I think, paid off, like, Democrat water carrier. Like, if it's anything a Democrat did, they did the right thing. In fact, he was arguing with Cenk Uygur. As a matter of fact, when he argued with Cenk Uygur, it made me like Cenk Uygur because Cenk Uygur was making these points. Establishment Democrats are Republican light. They're for the bankers. They're for the donors. They're fucking stupid. You got to go with these socially, not progressive. He said socially populist Democrats that want to go after the banks and go after the corporations and go after all of this. And like, you can be for that or against it. But that is true. That does rile a lot of people up. Like, look no further than the United Healthcare thing. You go after the health insurance companies and the bankers, you'll grab a lot of people who maybe voted for Trump that identify as maybe a little more left. But this Destiny is not having any of it. He thinks everything the Democratic Party does, oh boy, I tell you, they're just the best. And these Cenk Uygurs and Bernie Sanders, they just need to shut the fuck up. What do they know? Well, Linda Lee was talking to Destiny on Piers Morgan's show, and let's just say that Destiny was not happy about it. And by the way, is he doing the Tyrion Lannister season 8 look because he got caught sucking dick on video and now he needs to look more like a college professor? Or when you get caught sucking dick on camera, are you just allowed to embrace your inner homosexual? I don't understand. You guys can discuss it amongst yourselves. Let's watch this clip from Piers Morgan's show.
The pardon covered 11 years. It was sprawling. And I think, the next one we should watch for is possibly him pardoning James Biden. Because 11 years not only covered, his presidency, but also his VP time and also
Yeah.
Hunter's time during Burisma. And it's just so incredible.
Oh, well, I will say this about these Democrats. Them being so willfully ignorant about Burisma really pisses me off because they know that it was crooked. They know it was corrupt and they won't admit it. Even when Joe Biden spells it out for them, they're like, well, it's weird. Even this lady just said it. It's so strange because the pardon was so wide-ranging. It goes back to 2014 when he was vice president. Yeah, that's when the Burisma shit started. So it was the corrupt Burisma thing, which is why we're involved in Ukraine right now. It's payback. So please just fucking admit it. You already hate the guy. You already think he made you look bad. Throw him under the bus. Let's do it. Wouldn't that be something? Like Democrats, right after Trump got out of office, they charged him with felonies and all this other shit. Wouldn't it be the greatest backstabbing ever if the Democrats and the attorney generals of these different states go, yeah, I know you pardoned Hunter Biden, but we're going to investigate Joe Biden for crimes connected to this Burisma thing. Or James Biden, his, I believe, brother, who also made a shitload of money. What happened was Joe Biden would never get the money directly. Hunter would be on the Burisma board. And then there would be payouts to Hunter. And then there would be payouts to James Biden and his wife. And then you know damn well Joe got his cut. Because remember, in his laptop, there's messages of Hunter Biden saying we got to give our share to the big guy. And Biden was the big guy.
Incredibly ironic. And I'm speaking as a Democrat. That even Democrats and members of the intelligence community said that laptop was just a made-up story. Now, in one fell swoop, Biden basically proved his haters right, that there was something in that laptop. And I hate to say it, but it's just true. This is just a black eye to his legacy.
By the way, on the laptop, let's not...
Look at this. Destiny hates all this. Destiny's mad because they're making fun of his they're criticizing his Democrats. He doesn't like that. And everything the Democrats do is good. Nothing the Democrats can do is bad. Why are you guys saying bad things about Democrats? Dude, Destiny is an establishment shill, dude. He's not even like a progressive Democrat who's like operating on the margins and saying crazy shit. Destiny is completely in the fucking tank for the Democrats. He's worse than a progressive. He's boring. He's a boring establishment Democrat. He probably thinks Hillary Clinton is just aces. Oh, he's fucking terrible. And I hear he sucks dick.
Not forget, the New York Post had the laptop scoop, and liberal-controlled big tech at the time, including Twitter, Facebook, and others, they suppressed that story from being published. In fact, hang on. In fact, the New York...
I love this. Ben Ferguson, who's like a big-time conservative talk radio guy, he's like, dude, because the FBI told him to, remember. And Piers is like, dude, you're a conservative. All you've got to do is sit back. These people are going to eat each other. You watch. Like, Ben, you don't need to step into the lion's den here. You've already got Democrats looking depressed as fuck. The bottom two on that screen, the upper right on that one. They already look like, they're about to end it. Let them talk to each other. Let them have a group therapy session. It'll be great.
New York Post, because I write columns to the New York Post, for 2 weeks before that election, their whole Twitter account.
Oh, also, two things. I want to say two things before I forget because we've only got about 15 minutes left. Steph and Zenman, could you please email me and get me your contact information? AaronImholtradio@gmail.com. I'm going to promise that whether or not we've picked a logo and designed shirts or not, before the end of this weekend, we are going to have the new store up. I'm not saying we're going to have stuff ready to roll, but we're going to have the new store up. And I want to make sure that we get all the VIPs who haven't gotten their VIP stuff, all of their stuff, shipped out at least by the end of the year. Steph and Gray Duckling, please get me your contact info, if you could.
Was suspended because they refused to take down a legitimate, true story, as it turned out. That is an appalling attack on free speech, an abuse of the First Amendment, and actually it could have swung the election. Who knows? It
did swing the election. Silencing the Hunter Biden thing 100% swung the election. The Democrats knew it then. It's not something they stumbled upon. They knew how damaging it would be. So before you criticize your Republican friends for saying the 2020 election is rigged, make sure you figure out what they're talking about. Because if they're talking about voting machines, that's hard to prove. But if they're talking about there was collusion to withhold evidence that could have swayed the election, then yeah, the election was rigged in that sense. Vital information important to the future of the country in the presidential race was purposely withheld from the American people in a conspiracy, meaning multiple parties involved to cover up the information, that probably would have turned the election in Trump's favor, because we're talking just a few thousand votes in Wisconsin, just a few thousand votes in Georgia, just a few thousand votes in places like North Carolina or Pennsylvania. Would have swung the whole thing, and he would have won. So, yeah, the 2020 election was not on the up and up.
Laptop story come out and been properly forensically examined by the media. It could have tipped the election Trump's way. 40,000 votes.
Talking about it.
40,000 votes in the end decided that election. So hang on, I'm still with Lindy. I'm still with Lindy, Francesca. Wait one moment, please.
Just talk about the laptop.
Just play with your buzzer for a moment. Thank you. Lindy, here's my point, is that it's not just about Hunter Biden being dragged into something. The laptop contained evidence of crimes, and it was suppressed from the media in that 2-week period before that election. And that is a much bigger picture than whether Hunter Biden got pulled into politics.
Right. And I think this is not just an act of love. It wasn't just a father's compassion. It was almost perhaps even an act of self-preservation.
Yes.
Because we don't know what happened in those 11 years. It's covered everything from 2014 to December 1st, 2024. So this whole thing is gigantic. And I think in the next couple of weeks, we're going to see more pardons coming out. I think this is really just the tip of the iceberg.
This woman, like, if she were on TV more and she were like the PR person more, I would have way more respect for the Democratic Party. Why do they hide people like this? Why is it Joy Reid? Why is it fucking Jen Psaki? Why is it all these people they trot out there and they're wholly unlikable? Meanwhile, and I'm not doing this just because she's shitting on Democrats. She's telling the truth. Like, she's trustworthy. So if this woman comes out and says something about Democrats that's positive, I'm not going to immediately look at it sideways and go, she's full of shit. I'll look at it and go, well, I mean, look, she has criticized her own party when they've done something fucked up. No reason to believe she's not telling the truth here.
My guess would be that he might even pardon people who were involved in Hunter's business. Who knows? I'm guessing the next...
Well, they already pardoned Zelensky by giving him hundreds of billions of dollars.
What happened to you?
All right, let's bring in Francesca.
Listen to this. This woman is catching shit. You heard what that Francesca woman she said. She goes, Lindy, what happened to you? Meaning, like, how dare you turn your back on I'll call it the Democratic Corporation. Because Destiny's in the pocket of the Democratic Corporation. This Francesca woman's in the pocket for the Democratic Corporation, the Kool-Aid producers. Meanwhile, this Lindy really seems to have beliefs. This woman really seems to have principles. And Ben Ferguson, by the way, learned to shut the fuck up because he's like, oh, yeah, Democrats are fighting with each other.
Put a buzzer down. Francesca.
8 years. Where are the charges?
There are none.
There were charges. What are you fucking talking about? Why do you think there was a cock-sucking pardon?
Like they started the investigation 8 years ago when they had the laptop. What do you mean statute of limitations?
They didn't have the laptop. What is it, 2024? They had it 4 years ago. It's 4 years, dude. You're full of shit, Destiny, as usual, and cum. Full of shit and cum. Maybe in the same orifice. I don't know. I'm not saying anything for a fact.
You go back to when the crimes were committed.
Hunter Biden sat on a call and he said, I'm here with my father. You know, we expect you to follow through. He basically shook down a Chinese business person.
Oh my God.
He did it time and time again.
Can I ask you a question?
Where are the charges? The guy who would have been in charge of the Justice Department was his fucking dad. That's where the charges went, dipshit. God, I fucking hate Destiny. He is such a disingenuous cocksucker. Allegedly.
Does anyone here care
even a venerable
that
medical media institution like
And by the way, the fact that Destiny sucks cock is like the 9th most offensive thing about him. Him being retarded is 1 through 6.
CBS said that 10% to the big guy can't be anybody but Joe Biden. And I hate saying this.
Oh, I didn't know CBS was part of the DOJ. Is CBS going to bring charges?
We lose all credibility.
Just because there's no charges doesn't mean he didn't do anything wrong. I like this woman in the bottom right because she doesn't play these fucking semantics games. Destiny's a piece of dog shit. It's a semantics game to go, CBS wasn't part of the DOJ. You disingenuous cunt. Not the woman on the bottom right. That would be disrespectful. She's very nice. I'm talking about the other bitch in the top right. Yeah, CBS wasn't part of the DOJ. Right, the corrupt fucking DOJ. The same DOJ that saw the crimes Hunter Biden committed and charged him with tax and firearm crimes. Fuck off.
If we do not acknowledge reality.
Even the charges Hunter Biden got were bullshit safe charges. The pardon is just more corruption. The charges themselves were evidence of fucking corruption. Destiny's a fucking cum tutor. I'm sorry. It's late. We got 10 minutes left in the show. I'm a bit worked up. Trucker 18-wheeler says he puts 2 Dems and 2 Republicans on and lets them fight. Yeah, but you notice the 2 Republicans didn't need to fight because the Democrats were all fighting each other. I tell you. I just I like what Piers Morgan is doing though. And by the way, was that guy next to Piers Morgan, the guy in the second window over, was that the guy who told the black guy on CNN that he hopes his beeper explodes or whatever, or he hopes his beeper doesn't go off? Was that Ryan Tudursky or whatever his name was? It's nice to see where he landed. West Coast Patriot Girl says he farts cum bubbles. Well, allegedly. Allegedly. Sam Show says, did their supreme political strategist retire or something? All they got to do is just blame it on Biden and move on. Well, you can't charge Biden with anything. He's president. Supreme Court made that a thing. Nomo says, how can you take a man who calls himself Destiny seriously? Because if we called him what he was, cum guzzler isn't exactly a more credible name either. If you ever wanted to know if I was telling the truth, denying these obsessive fantasy cum drinking situations by obsessed exes, that's what a real cum guzzler behaves like. Me? Not so much. Daniel Penny's prosecutor. God, we've only got 9 minutes left. Let's go over this one tomorrow. So if you're wondering why Daniel Penny is still being prosecuted, even though all this evidence keeps coming out that he didn't kill anybody and he's totally innocent, Daphne Uran is the prosecutor, and the prosecutor that repeatedly referred to Penny as the white man during the trial. She's textbook. She's fucking textbook, essentially. She's as far left as you can get. Whenever she prosecutes Republicans of any kind, she feels like she just prosecuted Nazis. She feels like she's a modern Nazi hunter. Oh my God. She is Daphne Uran is the name of the prosecutor. If you're wondering why Daniel Penny is being prosecuted the way he is, it's ideological. Which is too bad, because Daniel Penny didn't choke anyone out because he's a Republican or restrain anyone because he's a Republican. The only one playing political games here is the prosecution. Daniel Penny thought he was doing the right thing by helping people who were under threat on a subway train from a guy who had been arrested over 20 times for assault. So, yes, Daniel Penny was doing the right thing. Also, the police saying the guy was alive when we got there. We just didn't want to give him mouth-to-mouth because he's fucking dirty. And then all the eyewitnesses on body cam going, yeah, the guy was a fucking problem. He was going to hurt somebody. Thank God this guy stepped in and did something. So as far as the Daniel Penny thing, anything other than a full acquittal, I mean, really, they should just be dropping the charges. But anything other than a full acquittal is a miscarriage of justice. And as far as the fact that we're even at this point is bizarre to me. But when you look at Daphne, or whatever the fuck her name is, it makes a little bit more sense. A little bit more sense. Apparently there's some virgin on OnlyFans who's made like $40 million or something, and it's making all the porn sluts really upset. There's Sophie Rain is this girl who's apparently, she's a virgin. She's on OnlyFans, and she's made $43 million, and porn stars are calling bullshit because think about it. It's fucking embarrassing. You've got this wholesome girl who's just posting like fully clothed, like tits and ass, and she's making a fortune on OnlyFans, but she's a virgin. And then you got these women who are just taking it in the ass and the mouth and the pussy all at the same time, and they're just fucking blowing holes open in themselves, and they're making like $2-3 million. And so now they've got to go up and make videos and go, hey, because people are going, whoa, so you guys are just a bunch of whores then. Like, you guys are just filthy sluts. Like, this is a wholesome girl. She's making $43 million. You're just a bunch of hoes. And so now they have to go out and start defending themselves and go, no, she's lying. And by the way, if you're Farrah Abraham, you have to say she's lying because you can't afford to believe that you've been, taking hard-throbbing cock in your asshole for the last decade and you made a couple $1 million, and now this chick is making $43 million, and she's, her asshole is as, snug as day one. Let's go ahead and let's watch Cope. This is what this is. Cope. OnlyFans model Sophie Rain shocked people with the claim that she's made more than $40 million this year. This year. But two adult stars are saying her math is not mathing. She says one fan tipped her $4 million. Nice. Farrah Abraham says bullshit. Now, Farrah Abraham is the one who's been, taking it in the shit cutter. Maitland Ward was the redhead from Boy Meets World, and she's had to just take miles of black cock. So, like, they're a little embarrassed. Now, for me, I would just keep my fucking mouth shut if I were them and just keep my OnlyFans and make my money. But they gotta fucking talk about this and expose themselves first.
I actually heard about Sophie Rain months ago, and it was from my daughter, Sophia, who happened to see her stuff on.
So taking cock in the ass on film makes you fat? Is that what I'm doing?
TikTok. So when I think everyone sensationalizes, oh my gosh, I made so much money on OnlyFans, I think we miss the point of what TikTok really is doing is creating a adult TikTok persona that stems from TikTok, and then what that person is then doing, whether it was Sophie or it was all the girls in her clique, her other girlfriends that she associates that do a podcast to help her look like she's making more money, right? We have two women who are challenging each other.
Literally and figuratively butthurt. Oh, no, I would not be caught dead having this conversation. I would just go about my business and make my money. This is embarrassing for her.
Whose ego, who's going to make more money on OnlyFans, whatever the case may be. But really, you're looking at a person who got TikTok famous. That's why my daughter brought her up. And then
yeah, we know your daughter's not on fucking OnlyFans, I hope. Jesus.
You're seeing that she exploits the fact of virginity, if you will, for men to then.
No, it's not virginity. That would be like saying you take it in the ass for money. There's no need for quotes there.
And go on to her platform and unlock some naughty virgin stuff, right? What I just have to say, because I am a
dude, this is fucking jealousy. This is deep jealousy.
Woman of a good heart, and I know it, and I know the business very well. I'm getting a graduate degree in marketing, digital marketing.
So you can better market the videos where you take it in the shit cutter. Okay.
This is not factual, but what she can show to people to make it factual is a bank statement. How much do you pay your team? I just know that I negotiate down when people have running my pages. I'm one human. I am one.
Wow. So she's watching this chick's money hard. Nobody said you were a bad person for fucking on camera, but you are really showing a lot of guilt here that none of us accused you of having. Oh, that is too much. That is too much. Nomo says you gotta love that whore logic. Crowder Wears Panties says Farrah literally shits on camera these days. Oh, man. She is throwing a fit because another girl is making a bunch of money. It's like, and all it's doing is exposing your insecurity. That was a fun one to leave on. Thank you, Benjamin, for becoming a member for 2 months. Says Eric Adams spoke out in favor of Daniel Penny today. Dude, I am fucking loving this current Eric Adams arc. It fucking rules. Let's find that before we leave. Eric Adams, Daniel Penny. Please tell me that that's true and you're not fucking with me.
A faceted approach of everything that's wrong with the system that we're facing. One, look at the photo that they used to show the victims. It seemed like it was a young, innocent child who was brutally murdered, and it gave that impression. When you look,
fucking based Eric Adams. By the way, do I still have that computer? Do I still have that? Yeah, here, let's move that back up in the corner. I like having that one for stills like this so that, you know, sometimes that doesn't need to be, this doesn't need to be big. If it's like a motion deal, then we can make it big.
looked at the photo that was being used. It wanted to set up in the minds of people that we were dealing with a young, innocent child that, you know, just a Michael Jackson intimidator that...
Imitator, Eric, but I get it.
You know, was just brutally assaulted. Then you look at the complete failure of our mental health system, a complete failure from the days of closing psychiatric wards and having those who needed help just turned over into the street.
Who had 2024 being the year where Eric Adams was more of a Republican than Ronald Reagan? I love this.
Without giving any safety net to accept them. Parents reach out to me all the time and say, I'm watching my child go down, or my loved one, my family member going down this serious decline. What do we do? A system where you brought people into hospitals, gave them medicine for one day and sent them back.
Yeah.
The young man in this case was going within our system, throughout the revolving door of our system. Now, we're on the subway where we're hearing someone talking about hurting people, killing people. You have someone on that subway who was responding, doing what we should have done as a city and a state, of having a mental health facility. Those passengers were afraid. I'm hoping that the jury will hear all the facts. Based on all the facts that's laid out, a jury of his peers would make the right decision. And I don't want to prejudge that. I'm just looking at all the facts that are involved here and what we did to get to where we are and what we're seeing. Because that could have easily been a case where you saw 3 innocent people murdered on our street 2 weeks ago.
Wow. Eric Adams, my favorite mayor right now. I love that he responded to being shaken down by his own city and his own party by going, fuck you, cancel me. I like Eric Adams. Guys, we got to get out of here. Thank you very much for your generosity. You guys have been incredible. This has been one of our best weeks ever, and I really appreciate it. We got one more day left. We're going to do Rumble Friday tomorrow, and I hope it's a fun one. Thank you guys very much. We will talk to you again very, very soon. Have a great rest of your day.